I'm on.
Good evening. Welcome to the meeting of the Buena Vista Board of Trustees. It's July 22nd, 2025, and the time is 6 o'clock. We will start tonight's meeting with a work session dealing with short-term rentals. So, Brian, would you like to start that, or should we do the call? I mean, the roll call and all that?
We can do the roll call.
Our meeting.
Let me share my screen. I can at least give kind of a general overview, background, and kind of the information that we were able to compile and then open it up to the board for discussion. So as far as the background, the board requested a work session to discuss short-term rentals on May 13th. During that time period, we're kind of wrapping up the department head dedicated work sessions, and then we took 2 meetings off from work sessions just to take a small break, and then the next available was July 22nd. At the July 8th meeting, the board identified different information that they'd like staff to compile and an effort to help facilitate the discussion. So I'll go ahead and run through those. I think there's 80-ish pages in the packet associated with the work session. So we'll run through them. As far as the first request for information, people waiting for an SDR license on the waiting list. The full kind of wait list table is shown in Exhibit B. Clerk's office. I do want to give a big thank you to Paula. She did a lot of work to in a quick amount of time. You guys think it's 2 weeks between meetings, but it takes we have 1 week to compile information.
Yeah, I'd like to add my thanks to that also. I can see that this was a tremendous amount of work.
It was a lot of work and things and stuff.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
So as far as the averages, dating back to 2022, average during that time period is 158 days on the wait list. Fast forward to 2024, over the last year and a half is 220 days on the wait list. Next request for information, how many houses have been added since caps were put into place. So just a bit of background, the initial policy was adopted in 2018 with subsequent updates and 2019, and then 2021 is when caps were instituted. So 2021 was the first year that we tracked the number of units. Since that time, as far as the current numbers, which were calculated as of August 31st, 2024, we've added 153 units for a total of 1977. This number rises to 362 new units since caps were put into place, as identified in the following section. So put together a spreadsheet and Exhibit C, which includes the housing unit metrics. The next one, how many houses are anticipated. This is a big one, 209 since August 31st, 2024. It was anticipated to be calculated as of August 31st, 2025. That includes kind of some big hitters in the way of Carbon Street, the Boulder subdivision, which was 90 units, 45 primary and 45 ADUs, and then 13 units associated with South Main Phase 2. Looking beyond that gets a little harder, not knowing what the absorption rate, especially with the crossing project is. Could go fast or not, depending on market conditions. But with that said, the crossing is approximately 120 units, and then of course you'll have plenty of infill, stuff like that. Let's see. I went ahead and put some definitions in there and kind of 3 steps, chase the definition a little bit, total residential housing stock definition, and then the housing stock definition references dwelling units is defined in chapter 16, so I included the dwelling units. So follow along with how dwelling units which essentially is, any building or portion of building designed to be intended to be used by a person or family for private residential purposes. Anything that falls within that category goes into the total residential housing stock. Next one, insights on the current housing market. Big thank you to Julie Kirsting on this one. Put together a decent amount of information that's included in Exhibit E. Felt like it was a pretty good snapshot, at least locally. That's something you could probably dive into a bit further, but again, we had 7 days to kind of dive into it. Comparisons to unit counts identified in the housing needs assessment was the next request for information. Pulled out a snapshot at page 35. If you look at the full housing needs assessment, which is included as Exhibit G, F, it breaks this down further. It does get into some assumptions of how they allocated between the different municipalities, as well as breaking up between allocations for both for sale and for rents, and both need to be contemplated. So with that said, adding, I think it's a total of 6 or 7 slides just based around that, included the full housing needs assessment for reference. Next request, as far as information on comparable policies with comparable municipalities in rural areas. This one, we've got a list of 21 municipalities that we're going to use for other metrics. BV is unique. It really is. It's hard to find the exact match. So we try to, that's why we have 21 instead of just a handful of them. 9 bigger, 9 smaller, and 3 about the same size. Reached out to each one of their town clerks to get kind of just a few questions answered. We didn't need the whole policy to read through or for you guys to read through. Are there caps? Are there waivers? And really kind of unique aspects to their policies for reference. What came out of that was actually Colorado Association of Ski Towns has a matrix. It is terrible formatting. It's even hard to read on a screen, and definitely didn't print. Little tiny. But CML keeps a pretty robust matrix of short-term rental policies and different metrics that all municipalities use, and so that was included in Exhibit G. I think lastly, any incentives to homeowners to switch from short-term rentals to long-term rentals. Salida dove into this pretty deep a few years ago. They incorporated what they coined the open doors policy, really incentivizing short-term rentals to open up their short-term rentals to more long-term. They allocated some funds to it, and time and effort, and really just found little success in that aspect. At the end of the day, I think it's that conversation of there's perhaps metrics and incentivizing long terms, but there's also the metrics and considerations of disincentivizing short-term rentals and taxes and fees. Let's see, one thing that kind of put in this section, but also came from comparable communities, Pagosa Springs, which subsequently was adopted by the town of Poncha Springs, actually incorporates a 2-year ownership requirement prior to being eligible. And that one would be relatively easy to track on the assessor database. Even if somebody just shows a deed from 2 years ago, that kind of thing. So that was the information. I might touch on the policy itself, which is Exhibit A, but really the point of this discussion, you guys requested it, open for discussion. I think overall the policy works well. We referenced it just yesterday. That really addresses a lot of the kind of nuanced questions that come up in town hall. So I think overall the policy is in a good spot, both for clarity for staff as well as interested owners in the community. And then following the discussion, the board has the option to say it's policy is good as is. If we do suggest amendments to the existing policy, clarity is requested. It's clear and concise on what is requested possible. And then beyond that, like I said, Exhibit A, the current policy, it's not terribly long, but it does address a lot of the different scenarios that we run into, total of 6 pages. Gets into license requirements, application fees, penalties. I think and you can always see where ordinances in the municipal code, when it was amended and adopted, and for reference, really pretty handy tool. I think as far as what was incorporated in 2022, this residency requirement, 3% cap, and then down below, non-residents of Cook County may apply, and they're at a 6% cap. So 2 sections to be aware of. Beyond that, the current numbers and spreadsheet was provided, as well as prior years, just for reference. So that's what we were able to compile. And yeah, leave it up to you guys' discussion and direction.
Great, good. And I know that, Mika suggested this as a work session, and I know you've got questions to go through. We definitely want to say that short-term rentals are important to us as a community, because we don't have enough motel rooms to satisfy the whole tourist demand. Also, people come in with larger groups and would like to stay in a whole house rather than in several motel rooms. So we're not trying to drive away short-term rentals. We just want to be sure that we are responsible in taking a look at our policies periodically. So.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think, I was here for the last change to the cap as the housing authority representative for BV. So I was a big part of the conversation around the needs assessment. And it's just very clear that Chaffee County and BV in particular has seen double-digit massive home value increases since COVID, and we're obviously really struggling with that. As a town board, we don't have a lot of levers to pull in terms of how to impact affordable housing. We're not necessarily talking about raising minimum wage. We haven't necessarily gotten the public to agree to fund affordable housing. And so I think limiting short-term rentals in the hopes that that returns some housing to long-term rentals or forces prices down on the open market for housing generally is one of the only things we can do, and something we have a lot of control over. So I have a few things I'd like to address in terms of ideas, but generally I think, looking at the tables that you put together, thank you for doing that. I know it's a ton of research and outreach you had to do to get those numbers. I think we're far exceeding percentage of residential housing that's to short-term rentals in comparison to other communities like ours. I think at the 12.45% of residential, we're up closer to full-time ski resort communities. And a lot of the more working communities in Colorado are down closer to 1% to 1 to 3, 1 to 5%. So I'm not saying that I'm saying I think the 6% cap is too high, especially because South Main is essentially one big short-term rental community. It's just a dispersed hotel. And I think looking at the map in particular that you sent around, there are just so many open homes that sit vacant in my neighborhood, in your neighborhood, Cindy, especially on your street. A lot of neighborhoods, I think, are feeling the impact of this that goes beyond just the impact on affordable housing prices. So I think I have a few ideas, but one of them is that I'd love to at least review the cap math and exclude STR exempt homes from the number of residential units. So like South Main and those developments, so they don't count towards the overall residential numbers, because it feels like we're double counting, and then potentially remove second homes or non-primary residences from that cap as well. So I think if people are buying up homes as second homes and that's allowing for more short-term rentals on the market, we're doing weird math here. But generally, I'd like to propose we really reduce the out-of-county cap number to maybe 3% and let it expire over time. So as those short-term rental permits, have to be renewed, we consider not renewing them until we hit a 3% cap or even lower. Given that I think overall that would change our cap to 6-ish, 6 to 9 instead of 12.5.
Can I make a comment on the math?
Please.
I fully agree. I think our math should also, I had it written down really well. where'd it go? Our total residential housing stock, I don't think it should include any CHT owned or managed property or any deed restricted property, because those also are made for our community members. And so I think starting with the math of that percentage is a really good place to start to make sure that we can do everything that we can do. So just a note on the math is to remove anything that's been built as intended for affordable housing.
Mhm.
Cindy and Devin, y'all were here for the percentages. What was the thought process behind the 3% for in town versus a 6% for out of county, or 3% for in county versus a 6% for out of county / entity? Do y'all remember?
I think it was kind of based on what the numbers were already, right? Yeah.
Like what the request was?
Or
Or
what the
what?
was
percentage
already
was.
in progress, so you weren't taking away from people that were already approved.
So that reflected the status of the Wild West before there was any rule.
Right.
And it took several years to get what we signed for the short-term rentals. And so that they were growing, and it was like, you've given it out, you can't take it. You can't approach somebody and say, no, we approved it, but we're taking it back. I don't even know the legalities on that, if you could do that. But that was where part of the figure came from.
Thank you, that's really helpful.
So it was not intended to privilege non-Chafee residents,
No.
even though it does. That wasn't the intention. It was just capture the snapshot of where we're at now.
Well, it's still kind of.
And it was to benefit our residents when we set it up, because if I remember correctly, when we set it up, the out of county residents were capped until the numbers increased again. We didn't want to take anything away from the local residents, and we wanted them to have the ability that there was a small increase for them.
Right.
And that just went to show how much of the short-term rental property wasn't owned in the local community at that time.
Yeah, and it also includes
Still reflects the same.
LLCs as well, because
Right,
you can't
because they're business.
track where an LLC is from, because someone could just set up a PO box here and say it's an LLC and
Correct.
live anywhere. And also making sure, South Main, because that's what it's built for, that's fine. Main Street area, that's fine, because that's where we want people to be, is on Main Street. And also, if you live on the property, like have like an ADU and you want to rent it out, that's fine, or rooms in your house, your attic, I don't know. People have attics here. And and if you look at the stats that was provided, there's still, 20 in-county spots available at the moment, so.
Which shows me more and more that cap for out of county and entities, that's where people want to come and buy here so they can make it a short term. That's, I think, part of the problem as to what's keeping affordable housing is it's turned into a commodity instead of housing. And so I think that I fully agree with Mika on this one. This is where we do have a place where we could do something to limit that as a commodity and hopefully get those houses back into the housing stock that we need here.
Yeah, and I think the policy that you wrote is really smart.
Yeah.
I think it took a long time. I think it's very smart. I think at this point, I'm just wondering if we can adjust the caps down, given the sheer amount of short-term rentals that have been added to the market since the policy was written, and the way the housing prices have increased dramatically because people have been able to work remotely, buy second homes, et cetera.
I do like the thing that Pagosa has done, and I would definitely be in favor of exploring that, the 2-year ownership. I think that is really good strategy. But if you look at the housing needs assessment from 22, it does state that 1 in 4 houses in the county are vacant. So and that's not even counting short-term rentals. The problem I have with adjusting the cap is that there is no clear path that is going to provide housing. If it was, then I would be in favor of it.
Well, there's no clear path it won't though.
Yeah, but will it or won't it? It's restricting how many people can come to our town.
And it's also restricting how many people can live in our town.
Yeah, I think there's pretty clear evidence that shows that when you are able to make $3,000 a month on a short-term rental and pay your mortgage, it makes it much easier to buy up a home as a second home, rent it out, and then stay here part-time. And that generally changes the comps for every house in town. You know, we've seen houses go from an average of $400,000 5 years ago to an average of $800,000 in town. And I think it's undeniable that the ability to use those homes as second homes with short-term rentals to pay that mortgage is a huge piece of that. So maybe it doesn't work and we can change the caps, but I'm just not sure who it's for, right? Out of county second homes, those are not voters here. They're not working here. Those are not community members that I feel like I represent. And if there's a chance that it could force the sale of those homes back within the community or force them into long-term rentals, I think it's a strategy worth trying because we just don't have very many options.
The only other thing I could see is if in that case, that second home that's being run as a business is being taxed as a business.
Yeah.
And I don't know the legality on that.
It's really a state issue.
It's a state issue, right? So we have no control over that piece of it. If we could, then that would solve a lot of problems. But if we don't have control over it, then we don't have control over
And
it.
they do
Commercial
talk
businesses
about
paying
it at the
residential
legislature. They do talk about that, but they
Yeah.
haven't ever passed it.
Right.
But, yeah.
We're getting there, but it's not quite there.
Libby, I talked with you the other day about it, but really the only way we can do it is do a set tax, but that would be,
We have to vote.
it would be the same as one room or a house, correct? Is that how it
It'd be the
works?
occupational tax
Yeah.
approach.
Which I think is great. We're one of the only municipalities in the state that doesn't have an occupational or lodging tax, which I think is a shame, especially given where our budget is at. To me, it doesn't matter if it's a room in a house or a full house. It's a commercial business being run out of a residential house that's paying residential taxes. So I think there's a real missed opportunity there, especially in terms of parity, right? Like I think one of the reasons we're seeing such a growth in BV in our short-term rental market is because we don't have these taxes. So it's comparatively competitive, or we're pulling people in, you know what I mean? From neighboring
It's
communities.
incentivizing. the-
Yes, that's what I'm looking
Yeah.
for. Thank
So
you.
we have a model that currently incentivizes
Yes.
the deployment of
Yeah.
residential property for short-term rentals.
And Devin, to your point on occupancy 1 and 4 in the county, I looked at, it's on page 64 of the packet. Buena Vista has the lowest homeownership and the highest unoccupied rate. So to me, that makes me feel like both Poncha and Salida have stricter short-term rental agreements, licenses, processes. And again, we're incentivizing them to come here, and that's skewing our numbers into a place where we're finding ourselves in this lack for affordable housing or lack of housing in general for our full-time residents.
Or rentals.
So, yeah, or rentals, right? Long-term. So that's the other thing that I was looking at is how can we proactively change some of those numbers to increase our home ownership and decrease the unoccupied rate? Especially, oh yeah, because we have 3 times anything we've ever seen before being included into our housing stock market in the next year. So that's a big jump, big jump.
And it might be possible to do what you were saying about taking South Main out of the calculation, but then you got to raise that percent for the out of county owners. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a lot fewer allowed.
I think that's actually my goal, is to have less allowed. But I think the 6% cap is too high. And I think it's because we're including short-term rental in that math, we're also inflating the number. So I'm very strongly and ardently arguing to lower the amount of short-term rentals owned by out-of-town residents in this community.
What has been built for workforce housing like Carbonate Street, the units that will be at the crossings or whatever, they should not even be included in the total, because that has nothing to do with.
Right.
That they should not be included in that total to increase the number of short-term rentals. I don't know how to address the issue, but I'm just gonna take my neighborhood, for example. When that subdivision was built, it was supposed to be first-time homes, affordable housing, that type of thing. Homes under a certain value, in that type of a residential area, we need to limit the short-term rentals in there. That's not what those houses were built for. You know, if they're building 1.5 million homes, of course, they are not considered affordable by any means to the working class in Buena Vista. Short-term knows all you want, but let's leave the affordable housing for the people that need it.
That made a question in my brain that I don't have fully sussed out yet. Is there anywhere that says if your home is valued under this, we're not going to give you a short-term rental on it? Like if you have a home that's valued at $400,000 and that's considerably below our median house market rate, is there anywhere that says, you know what, that home is ineligible for a short-term rental?
I don't think there's any houses that are really under that.
I mean, just throwing that out as an example,
No,
but
I think that's hard to do because it changes.
I feel like that would be hard to do, but
But we could change it based on zoning.
As suggested as possible, but they would be more apt to know, but they won't be here till 7, correct?
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there are a lot of neighborhoods in Colorado that limit. There are zoning limitations, right? So like not allowed in R1 zoning, only allowed in R1 zoning, et cetera. Like West Cliff has a residential house cap. Like there's a cap on how many R1, R2 STRs there can be, but there's no cap for commercial. So I think, I'd love to see no R1 housing used for short-term rentals, but I don't think we're necessarily going to go that far. It just makes me really sad that when we moved here, all of our neighbors were young families. And I live one street over from you. And now all of our neighbors are short-term rentals. And that sucks.
Well, and that's another thing to potentially look at, right, is to designate some of those R1 neighborhoods as community sensitive and limit the percentage that's allowed in that neighborhood. There's software that is out there that you could plug in every housing stock and say percentage, right? And if that software costs money, that's maybe, and again, legal question, maybe something that we could work into the licensing fee. So we have access to that software to be able to manage our short-term rental without adding, hours and hours and hours of workload on. And so that's another legal question, is if we would be allowed with our licensing fees to purchase software or things of that nature that could help in attaining these goals.
I think you can get into some property rights questions too. If you say, well, you thought you were gonna buy it in this neighborhood and live there 5 years and then have it be a short-term rental, and then we change the rules on you. I mean,
That's another good legal question. Are there any property rights issues there?
No, like I do this for my full-time job and we are allowed to change rules around this at any point.
Okay.
So there shouldn't be any legality issues in terms of removing ability to make money, investment money off of a private home.
Okay. I know that you guys think I'm a little backward and strange, but
I
don't care.
I truly love you just as you are.
But when we were raising our kids on 100 Baylor, they had friends to play with. The old ladies that lived across the street kept their eye on them. And now I have been watching the kids grow up on my neighborhood, and I have the two cutest little boys that live next door that we give them sidewalk chalk and they draw me pictures on our driveway every day. Love coming home and doing that. When you are surrounded by short-term rentals, you don't have community. You have somebody that parties and keeps you awake so you can't go to work the next day. And so I do think there in some residential areas that there should be no short-term rentals because that's where you lose your community.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like I would go that far as well. Like ideally, I would like to say there's no, unless you're in the South Main PUD or in a commercial, non-residential neighborhood, like there is no out of county short-term rentals, period. And I wonder too, the primary resident, the 59, I wonder if we're seeing some fraud there too, only because there's only 2,900 people in this town. And I don't know about you guys, but I do not know 59 people who short-term rental their primary residence. So I wonder if we're seeing some problems there. Does anybody, there's no way. That's all.
Paula, you have something to say?
I think there is a way, and that we do have people, there are some people who are renting their primary home. They may not be there all the time, but they are renting their primary. I don't think they're committing fraud or things.
I just wonder if the number is a little, if there's some fraud, only because I don't know everybody in town, but I also don't know that many people who could do that.
Does that apply to an ADU
Yes,
on
it does.
this property?
Okay.
Yes, it does, and there's a lot of people with ADUs.
That
At
helps.
one
Yeah.
point in time, this town and the board encouraged people to have ADUs to help defray the cost of building their homes.
Yeah.
And so they either long-term rented them or used them as short-term
Yeah,
rentals.
that's a good point. It includes
I
ideas.
know that my neighbors have another dwelling on their property that they rent out, and I know that they rely on it as part of their income.
And I want to be really clear that none of anything that I'm saying tonight would apply to our in-town residents at all, especially those that are renting from their primary residence. It's like I can think of a good 20 in that 59 that are doing either a room, an ADU, or are examples that take off for a couple of weeks. And so they've got their license to be above board. And I love that. And nothing that I'm saying applies to that category.
Me neither.
Right. This is keeping that community again, right? Focusing on the out of county and entity, I think is really my.
I think we can use Chris as an example. That's the operative word there is your neighbor. You know your neighbor. And so when you're in a situation where houses are now vacant next to you, like your situation, I know my neighbor and he gets income from renting his ADU, absolutely hit it out of the park. We need more of that.
Yes.
But as people are aging, and I'm kind of sensitive to this right now, your ability to age in place is really relying upon, to some degree, your neighbors, your community, and so if you've moved here when you're young and active and you're aging and you're no longer active, and now the neighbors who used to look out for you are gone on this side and this side and that side, that really impacts your ability to age in place, at least to lengthen that season. And so I think that the fabric of a community is frayed when those houses that used to know your neighbors' names are now vacant for all practical purposes.
And also, let's be really clear, you can make a ton of money towards your mortgage, long-term renting something too. I own a house in Denver that was my first home. My mortgage is $1,800. The rent is $2,800. Now my mom lives there, so it's whatever. But the rental prices in this town will more than pay for your ADU and your house mortgage at this point. So I think let's not lose sight of the fact that you can also make money as a long-term rental while meeting the needs that this community has.
But even with a long-term rental, there's actually a resident.
100%. That's what I'm saying.
Who likely needs to get their haircut.
I'm just saying that ADUs don't necessarily need to only be used as short-term rentals, so that folks can make money off that investment.
But when it's a long-term rental, it's back shoring up the community
100%.
fabric.
Yeah. And I want to be clear, I'm also mostly talking about out of county. I do think we should consider a total cap, not to exceed 10% total of housing stock, whatever in this math. But no, I primarily am talking about out of county entities that I think we could really.
I know somebody who's out of county that has a short-term rental and is not making their mortgage on it. It's a losing deal for them. And I think that they're considering long-term because of that. Which is why I asked for the market report, and thanks for including that, Brian. I really appreciate it, because I'm wondering if there's some level of self-correction involved here. I do want to point out that it's kind of an easy one here. At the top of the list, Alamosa, their cap, they do by neighborhood, which seems pretty pragmatic to address some of the concerns about, you know, having all these empty houses in certain neighborhoods. It also seems less arbitrary as far as saying this neighborhood can and this neighborhood can't. Seems to treat the geography similar. I haven't had a chance to look at all.
Have a limit? I apologize for interrupting.
No, it's fine.
But doesn't Salida have only so many, one unit per neighborhood, one unit per block?
No, they've tried that.
One per block in residential zones, yeah. And they don't have a limit on percentage of licenses. It looks like they have a limit on total licenses. Like their cap is 66 for residential zones, 99 for historic district, X amount. So it's like a set number, not a percentage of the housing stock, which I think is something we could also consider so that it's not just growing.
Is that the number of blocks?
I would like to come up with something
They
that
let one
was
block. That's what they do it.
easier for you guys to implement, so, you know, that we're not creating tons more work for you guys, but a simple formula.
Andrew?
Yeah, I just want to make a couple of comments. I think Libby led off with, and I want to say that I agree with the sentiment of your comments that short-term visitors are important to our economy. Empty houses are not.
Right.
You know, and so when short-term rental occupancy, you know, if the occupancy is 10%, you know, we have 90% empty houses. And so we can't conflate the two, that short-term rentals are key to our economy. Short-term visitors are key to our economy. If people modulate their rental rate to maintain a vacancy of 10%, you know, those other 9 out of 10 houses that are vacant all the time are really doing us a disservice because there's not a resident living there. So we see the value of short-term visitors. Yes, absolutely. So I just want to make that distinction that short-term rental properties are, I mean, they are, the occupancy rate is really where the variable comes in. Brian, on page 5 in the packet, per the planning department's anticipated we'll add 209 units. Given our math, that means we're going to add 20 STRs.
9% is the technical cap. So
I'm just saying round numbers. And so we can't do policy in one work session. I think there's a lot of ideas here. What can we fix immediately? We can't take things away from people. So we're trying to evaluate, what do we want this to look like in 10 years? You know, we can't fix this tomorrow. But one proposal could be, hey, why don't we just cap it at the absolute number right now and give us some time to look at some of these different options and figure out where do we want to be? I've heard an interesting proposal on the flip side of all this is if you could find a way to do parity between the tax or fee burden between residential property and commercial, if there's a way to make that way to have parity there, because right now residential property tax is 1/5 of commercial property tax. So if I've got a couple $1 million and I say, hey, I'd like to buy a hotel or 4 short-term rentals, it's a no-brainer. Short-term rentals is absolutely, we're subsidizing that deployment of capital in that respect. If you had parity, you have 2 things there. You have a market that might equilibrate. And 2, if that delta where we got parity, if we said, okay, that's something we can identify as a dedicated funding stream to address affordable housing, that's a model where we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And that model would involve eliminating all caps on short-term rentals. Just say, hey, listen, it's all parity and the fees generated go to affordable housing. That's like a direction this way. We're talking about changing caps is this way. My point there is there are a number of ideas that should be hashed out in a more than just one work session. I'd like to get some input from P&Z and maybe from the community. We can all agree that what we have now is probably not ideal. So
Better than what we had before.
Sure. Absolutely. And where we got here was better than what it was. And so just maybe one thing we consider is, hey, just for now, freeze it with the absolute numbers we have. Policies, there's a moratorium on new SDRs. Give us time to explore ways that might benefit the community to change the policy.
Would that be for all STRs? I mean, I gotta focus on this primary residence one where, people are making decisions on their own property, live there full time. If that's a way that they're gonna augment their income and be able to stay,
I personally think those should not have a cap.
yeah, I'd be concerned about.
Freezing out of county.
I'd be okay freezing out of county and in county non-primary. Just like no additional for now while we figure this out.
Well, an in-county non-primary doesn't have a waiting list.
Yeah, there's actually
There's-
40.
There's
so I would
40
like
available.
Yeah, so there's
Right,
absolutely,
right.
the principle is that's very noble, but the practicality is there's not that much demand for it.
Right.
Well, or houses are so expensive because out of county folks have to
Right.
purchase them. Yeah, I mean, I would be in support of freezing out of county and in county non-primary at the total number they're at
Number we
now,
have today.
as we figure out next
And
steps.
not the percentage, but the total
No, the
count of
total
available
number.
licenses.
So it's
I would count
119
that
plus
way.
19, so what's 138? At 138 total licenses. I don't know what that means for renewals, but I think the answer is.
That would give us just some time not to figure this out, in the next 22 minutes, but I think there's some legitimate ideas out there. How can we make things better? And I think it needs our attention.
Devin, is that something you could get behind, do you think?
Yeah, I think exactly what you're saying is rushing to figure this out in 20 minutes is not going to make I don't think it's the best decisions, there's ideas of caps and in certain areas and things that we need to actually really look at. And, if there's a way to make, ideally, if there's a way to make short-term rentals benefit directly to affordable housing, that's what we want. And just putting restrictions on things does not guarantee that at all.
Mhm.
So I think, as long as we're not restricting people who live here and I think that's totally fine.
Yeah, I love
I
that.
guess how long would the restriction be until we figure it out, or?
At least a year. I mean, give us time to do this and get some input from P and Z and from the public and to explore, run some of these ideas to ground and say legal can say, no, it's a total dead end, or maybe there's an idea there.
Yeah, and I think in terms of directions for staff, I would support a moratorium while we figure this out for at least a year and renewable. And I would support Devin, I think exploring what you said, or new licenses have to have a 2-year ownership requirement. Occupancy tax, I think would be very smart in terms of the amount of money other towns are making. I'm hearing adjust the cap in terms of the math and or just adjust the cap down, at least for out of county. And then city, I think it's an interesting idea to like restrict based on geography. I'm not exactly sure how we do that, but I like the idea too. So those are the ideas I'm hearing.
One thing I would like to, the idea of an occupancy tax to me, you only pay when you have an occupant.
Mhm.
And to me, it seems like the tax ought to be more toward the use. And so the property needs to be taxed for the use. So that way, if someone decides, hey, I'm only gonna keep my STR at, 8% occupancy through the year, there's less tax revenue there.
That I think we would run into challenges. Changing a residential property to commercial tax, I think we would have challenges. And I think there's some state law that disenables
I
that.
still think just exploring ways that we can try to get that parity where it's a fee and it's a sizable fee, and that's a funding stream that goes directly to affordable housing.
And and the thing with the occupancy tax is difficult because if you charge someone $20 occupancy tax, that's the same as it's gonna be $20 if you rent a room or $20 if you rent a
Well,
house.
it's usually percentage of the cost of the stay. So if you're renting a 200,
That's what we can't do.
that's what we.
Can't do that as a statutory municipality.
Okay,
Because
that's
it's
what I was wondering.
We
Do
could
that
have
a
2
fee.
tiers
You
though.
have to have a flat fee.
Okay, so it's a fee, not a tax.
Occupational.
Okay.
Occupation tax.
Got it.
And we couldn't tier structure it.
No.
Bummer.
you could tier it short-term rentals versus hotels, but you can't tier it.
One room as a house.
I think it's something worth exploring anyway, because we're leaving so much money on the table. But I understand what you're saying, Devin, that it hurts people who are renting one room, though I don't know how many people that actually is, to be honest.
It'd be nice if that additional funding stream went straight to
Dealing with affordable housing projects.
Yeah, and like Chris said, like, I have many friends who have STRs in town and, it's not like they're breaking it in and it's every night. It's definitely not a huge thing, but it does help for sure. So, they keep doing it because it helps, but it doesn't necessarily offset their mortgage completely, especially nowadays.
Which is why I don't think we should look at capping primary residences that are.
Yeah, so we
using
wouldn't
their- that's their
restrict any
house
kind of
with their
primary
fees.
residences or anyone who lives on the only thing we would be restricting is the out of county.
An entity,
Yeah,
Freezing for.
that's freezing, right?
Out of county and in county non-resident.
And in county non-resident.
I'm hearing both. I don't think I can make a call on this until I heard more from the public on it, like even just the moratorium itself. I would really like to hear more public comment before I even decided whether to freeze or not.
So, just to kind of, since we got 15 minutes or so, a little bit of recap or potential next steps. One, it sounds like, so we'll keep it simple. The board is requesting kind of an ordinance or a business item come forward, correct? Everybody's on board there. I do think rather than moratorium or freeze necessarily, you can accomplish it within the policy itself of switching from a percentage to a number within that policy. And so it's not a moratorium per se. That can be kind of a red line ordinance that's considered as a business item. Within that same change, if we're looking at changing the policy, from what I heard as far as within the housing stock, if you will, we need to change the definition. Not include South Main since they don't have a cap on it, so you're not double counting. Don't include any deed restricted units within that number, right? I heard second homes and non-primary. I will be honest, that is going to be darn hard to track. So probably not that. So if an ordinance was brought forward, considering a number existing for the two categories out of county and county as an ordinance would require kind of public comment and public hearing, maybe. Yeah, in that section.
And I think to me, like a simple change just to the numbers or something, but everything else you just mentioned.
Needs a bit more fleshing out longer and more than just the last 10 minutes of our work session.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The decision is not, the request is basically the next step, if you will, is to bring an ordinance back and more discussion at that meeting. You always have the opportunity to table that ordinance or whatever it is.
But if we're about to bump if we're gonna add 20 SDRs by the end of August, because that's when our.
So no, that's when you have to quantify. And so if you read further into it, after that number is established, there's a window for renewals and you don't accept new applications until later in the date. And so it's not like somebody shows up September 1, now you get a license.
I feel like rushing a change to the policy without having just some time for it to percolate and get input from.
It accomplishes the same thing as more.
Yeah, I think we can't vote on a moratorium in a work session anyway. So I think that's what he's suggesting is that the vote we would take on what is the moratorium would just be a change to the policy that essentially adjusts the math and says, 6% of whatever, or
That would be the beginning of our conversation.
Sure, yes, that would be the pause.
Yeah.
That would be let's hit pause on this. And then we would continue the conversation in terms of the other things we're discussing. Is that correct, Brian?
Correct.
Okay.
Is that too much work?
No.
You did not appear convincing just now.
Never too much work,
You
Andrew.
still don't appear convincing.
The right answer.
Less
You're
work than
guaranteed,
the-
I mean, I
Less work
can.
than this last round.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Without a moratorium, you're guaranteeing that you will not increase any of the numbers until we've made decisions.
If it's voted upon by the trustees.
Yeah, if we do it that way, I'd love to see a 6% or, because if we're gonna fix the math, I don't know which one would be higher. Like, yeah, whatever. I think you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Bring
You're
it.
saying it'd be easier to just cap it at like an actual
Yeah.
number, like right now we have
And not
hundred
percentage,
and
yeah.
19 active licenses for out of county cap.
Instead of 6%, it would just be 119.
Yeah, just capping it at that
Yeah.
instead of trying to figure out or creating a moratorium, we just, out of county is capped.
Yep.
At this right now, until we change it or if we. change it.
Joel, something's troubling you.
Well, I think there's, yeah, I mean, there's some even complications of that, thinking what Andrew's, it's a easy button to say, yeah, 119, but there's other ramifications too. So I think I'm just puzzling through some math. That's all I'm doing.
I think there needs to be a grace period of some sort if we're just gonna, put a cap on it while we figure this out. Just, there could be folks out there that are making moves in this realm right now. And
They'd be on the wait list anyway,
Yeah.
right? Like, there's already 4 people on the wait list for out of county.
for out of county, but we're proposing in and out.
I'm proposing in-county non-primary and out of county. There's
Yeah.
there's 40 licenses remaining for the
So-
in-county non-primary, so there's no wait list there.
Remain on a cap.
It would be capped too for the short term, but there's way more opportunity than there is demand for that.
Yeah.
There's 40 licenses
There-
just sitting out there.
Okay, because I'm trying to wrap my mind around all this. If there are licenses remaining and we're going to say that we're gonna put a moratorium on STRs while we figure out a new ordinance,
Mhm.
does that mean those licenses remaining are inaccessible?
So I would be
I
okay.
think there should be a grace period to access that for folks that might be on the bubble right now trying to make a decision.
I see what Chris is saying, and I would be okay within that moratorium, including language that says that we could use up to 15, 20 of those in county that are currently available during this moratorium. If you're making moves, there are gonna be 5, 10, 15.
So
Or just give
I
them,
don't know.
give
I
them
don't know.
3 months or whatever.
still looking to structure it not as a moratorium.
Not as a moratorium,
Yeah,
no, just
I
a
mean,
freeze,
Yeah, I
And
propose-
temporary freeze.
Maybe we could
one
propose,
way to do it is an ordinance doesn't take effect unless it's declared an emergency ordinance for 30 days.
So it gives them 30 days.
they can always, yeah, or we could say it's 119 cap for out of county and 24 for in county.
I think there's I think we can noodle on this,
Yeah.
And come up with something that can be
Because,
tweaked for y'all and the public.
and a quick clarifying question. When we're saying primary residence, I live here in town. I buy the house next door to me. Am I now considered an in-county? Okay, so yeah, I fully agree with Chris on this one of making sure that there's some kind of inclusion grace period, or because we do have 40 available license for in-county to somehow.
What do you feel like? Period wise,
Well, how long does a permitting process generally take?
as far as building permit or like STR permit?
If I were to come in for an STR,
It gets followed
maybe
bunch around.
primary, how long would that process generally take?
If they already own the property, because you have to own the property before you get issued an STR, we can turn that license around within, conditional approval within a week, but then they also have to have a fire inspection before they get the license.
Yeah. So is 30 days enough time for people that might be trying to pull the trigger right now, that are like, I just bought this place, this was my plan.
You give them 60 days or a number of active or 5 licenses.
60 seems a little more reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to keep the in-county allowed licenses as is.
Sounds like we
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
things to discuss.
Yeah, why don't we come up with look at a couple options and bring some things forward. It is important too, like the whole creation of this, and Jeff will say, like, no one is guaranteed a license from even 1 year to the next. They can go away at any time, all of them, you know, and that's just part of it. So it's not, nothing that anyone would want to do, but that's part of being a short-term rental owner.
Yeah, I mean, I think I probably am the farthest on that end. Is like short-term rental owners of any kind have decided to make residential housing into an investment or a commercial investment. That is not my perspective of what residential housing was built for. And so if that gets taken away, that's an investment choice that went poorly. You know what I mean? Like it's not the same as taking away somebody's house.
I think quite simply, you're not providing housing for a resident.
Yeah.
Which is what residential zoning is for.
100%. That's what R1s are for. Yeah.
So would this still need to go through P and Z before it comes back to us?
Not this
So
section.
maybe we could get back to it like August 26th.
That would be the plan, yeah.
Okay,
Cool.
great.
Would love-
Thank you all. Good ideas.
I always want P and Z's feedback, yeah.
And by then you probably know which properties are gonna get their COs by August 31st.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think our estimate's pretty accurate, but yes, we should have a better idea.
Okay.
So, yep.
Good.
When's the next P and Z meeting?
So we've got a meeting August 2nd, no, I lied, 6th, but that one's pretty full.
Pretty stacked, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, I'd like to hear P and Z's input on it, but if they're stacked, that's,
Yeah, that will be the big comp plan discussion.
yeah, that's what I figured.
I'd be really curious to hear from some of the business owners on this.
Yeah.
About, just, I don't have a strong opinion just yet, but as I'm noodling on it, I'm like, short-term rentals, they allow people to stay here and have choices on where to stay, and that brings a lot of income to our local businesses. If there were more options outside of town, people said, well, there's nowhere to really stay.
But you can't have that discussion without having some data on occupancy, and that's what's behind the curve.
Just trying to, this is like
The principle's right, but
a
when
lot
the
of
occupancy
facets.
rate is like 10%, there's
Well,
more
somewhere in here it said 67%, which seems very high to me.
Yeah, I mean, that's like your observation when you go around town looking at these short-term rentals, they're,
I mean,
three out of,
There's a demand.
3 days or somebody there, no way.
the fact that we're in the middle of summer and every day I've looked, there have been over 75 to 100 available Airbnbs tells me that we're not running into that problem yet. And I see where you're coming from, because I don't want to stop people from being able to stay here. But every day I've looked, there has been something very available, not always reasonably priced, but available nonetheless.
I just think we have hypothetical problems that are important. We have real problems right now, which is
I would love
no
to
long-term
on
rentals.
this when you're done.
Of course.
There is a flip side to the business owner, because if our employees don't have a place to live, we can't get employees.
Yeah.
If we don't have employees, we cannot produce the work to keep the visitors happy. And there is a definite flip side to that. And you want good qualified help, but you don't expect them to live in a shack or a motorhome and a mobile park and raise their family in a mobile park. They don't want to do that.
No, I thought that part of the needs assessment was really important, that we would need over 500 homes just to fill positions that are unfilled at our hospital, our police department, our schools right now.
And there comes a point where those people do need a place to live. They're not going to commute 3 hours a day to work here.
And there's other businesses like hairdressers and auto parts stores that would benefit more from residents living there than just tourists. And so there's a lot of different ways to look at this, and you can't have that discussion without knowing factual data on occupancy.
Which is almost impossible.
Yes,
Yeah.
by design.
Thank you for a lively discussion.
Yes,
I think you guys
I like it.
have an idea of what we'd like to see.
And y'all did a really terrific job. Thank you. This is amazing data.
So, we need a break?
Yes.
Okay. Break. We're gonna be at 7:05.
Minutes.
Evening, everybody. Nice to see so many of you at our meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is a meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Buena Vista, Colorado. It's July 22nd, 2025. Time is 7:07. Paula, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Fay,
Here?
trustee Height,
Here.
trustee Rice.
Here.
Trustee Rosenauer.
Here.
Trustee Rowe.
Here.
Trustee Swisher.
Carmen's here too.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm just thinking, do we need to give some chairs over here to some of our people who will be participating in our meeting? Was what I was being a little bit distracted about. So excuse me. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Trustees, you have before you an agenda, and I'd like to know if anybody has any modifications to be made in the agenda. If there are none, then I'd like a motion to adopt the agenda. Second. We have Hike and Rosenauer. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? Okay, the agenda is adopted. And then we have a consent agenda. And in the consent agenda are minutes of various of our group and of some advisory boards. There's the town administrator report, the treasurer's report, which includes the second quarter financial status and update on such things as sales tax. There is the airport manager report, recreation director report. In addition to that, there's a resolution from the Historic Preservation Committee appointing Richard Loeb as an alternate member. Does anybody have any items that are in the consent agenda that they'd like to pull out as a business item? Okay, is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
A second?
So we have Rowe and Hike. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The consent agenda is adopted. Now we get to the part of our meeting in which we would like to get opinions from the public. And you should have signed in on this clipboard on your way in. Is there anybody who would like to speak who did not get a chance to sign the clipboard? Okay, Sandy Justad, would you approach the podium, please, and yes, and give us your name and say whether or not you are a resident of Buena Vista.
Actually, I'm not a resident of the city.
Okay.
But I can talk anyway.
Absolutely.
I've not done this before, so bear with me.
Thank you for coming.
First, I want to just tell you a little story about the weekend of July 4th when I ventured to City Market. And when I was trying to leave City Market, there were two pickup trucks parked just off the highway, if you know which places I mean. They're at the far end of the lot. And because they were there, you cannot see oncoming traffic at all. So I kept trying to, poke my nose out and finally thought it was clear, pulled out. And only because this guy had excellent reflexes, he screeched to a halt and didn't hit me. Now, I was really traumatized, partly because I've been in an automobile accident before and I don't like the whole idea. So I have talked to my friends about this experience, and many of them say they have contacted the people at City Market and asked them if they can do anything about this problem. If nothing has happened. And I ask you, what is going to be done to alleviate this problem? Will it take a fatality before somebody says, oh yeah, we need a signal or we need an alternate method? And I'm asking and begging for something to be done before it's a really horrible accident. That's it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Lisa Wagner, please give your name and say whether or not you're a resident of Buena Vista.
My name is Lisa Wagner, and I am a resident of Buena Vista.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Wagner. I'm the Executive Director of Buena Vista Heritage, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to request a small but important change. Last October, Buena Vista Heritage asked the town for $10,000 to help fund a second emergency exit at the historic Chaffee County Courthouse. That request was approved, and we're truly grateful for the support. However, today I'm asking that those same funds be redirected to help cover the cost of critical electrical planning that is currently underway. The original request was for fire code violations. The courthouse, the first floor, only has one usable exit. The second original exit now opens into the McGinnis Gym, which is privately owned. So that makes it non-compliant and unusable in the emergency. At the time of the request, we still believe that that exit was our top priority, even after a small electrical fire broke out in an exhibit room July 24. We had shut off the power, called the fire department, had a local electrician disconnect the damaged wiring, but it was a wake-up call. And it let us realize that our aging cloth wrapped wires posed a far more immediate risk than we had really realized. Even so, we continued planning for the second exit until we brought in a licensed electrical engineer in November. As part of that work, we commissioned full electrical drawings for the courthouse. Her assessment confirmed our concerns. The entire system was not just outdated, but hazardous. As the investigation deepened, new problems surfaced and the scope of the project quickly grew. In May, I met with Fire Chief Kara Jones to review both concerns. We agreed the electrical system posed the greater risk and should be addressed first. Phase 1 of the upgrades is scheduled to begin in September. So far, BVH has invested over $10,000 in engineering and construction documents. These plans ensure the work meets preservation standards and forms the basis of an upcoming grant application to the Colorado State Historical Fund. If approved, the grant will cover 75% of this work, with BVH providing the 25% cash match. Tonight, I respectfully ask the town to allow the $10,000 already approved to be used for the reimbursement of the engineering work completed thus far. This updated request reflects expert guidance, real safety concerns, and our commitment to responsible stewardship. Thank you again for your continued support of the courthouse in Buena Vista. And I'm happy to provide any documentation and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'd like to say for both of you who are speaking tonight, we're not apt to answer at this point. However, when we get to the end of our meeting where we have trustee staff interaction, we would like to address the items at that point. Thank you both. Okay, now we will go on to planning and zoning, which has a new potential member as an alternate. So planning and zoning. Great. Bye.
I think you're talking about me.
Yes.
So good evening. My name is Lisa Field, and I've been a full-time resident of the town of Buena Vista for just over a year and a half, and I love this town. So I'm a veterinarian by training and aspiring rancher, as well as in the early stages of a new career in land development. I recently completed my master's in real estate and the built environment at the University of Denver, with a focus on placemaking and conscientious community development. My friends and I often have interesting discussions about the future of BV. How are we growing and what will the character of the town be? I would like to contribute to the evolution of Buena Vista by filling the role of the alternate planning commissioner, validating the various desires of the community, which are often opposing, while considering the vision as outlined in the comprehensive plan and applying the land use code regulations is a process that I find intriguing and fulfilling. It would be an honor to dedicate my time and skills to the Planning and Zoning Commission and participate in the discussions and decisions that will guide how BV will represent and support the people who live, work, and recreate here. To be transparent, I am the founder and CEO of Greenfield Ranch Development, a land development company that is currently working on the conceptual phase of an agri-hood project intended for unincorporated Chaffey County and not within town limits. I don't expect the project to interfere with the role of alternate planning commissioner, but I thought it is right to mention it in case there are any concerns. Thank you for considering me. I'd be honored to contribute to the future of BV by responsibly and respectfully participating in town planning. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Wait.
Oh.
Now we can ask you questions.
Oh, okay.
Would anyone have any questions for Lisa? We read your application as part of the packet. Chris, did you have something?
Yeah, Ms. Field, I really appreciate your application. Thank you. And was just curious about what are some of your thoughts on preserving agriculture and open space while addressing the need for housing? Because I think that's something that's pretty important to our community in Chaffey County.
Well, I 100% agree. And so my philosophy is that the heritage of the area, at least with Buena Vista and Chaffey County, is based in agriculture. And so to preserve ranch land and agricultural lands is a priority. And then being able to provide the necessary housing, there's strategies such as cluster developments that can help to address both of those needs. In addition to that, with my own approach to development, conservation easements, as well as keeping the lands working are both things that are really important to me and at the forefront of my vision for development. You're welcome.
Any other questions for Lisa?
Yeah, I think, being a developer and being on P&Z has a high potential for the appearance of a conflict of interest. You mentioned that your activities are currently in the county and not in town limits.
That is correct.
I guess the question is, will that be correct tomorrow?
Or in the future?
Yeah, so what I'm planning on building is something called an agri-hood, which comes from the combination of words agriculture plus neighborhood put together, of which the heart of that development is a professionally operated ranch. And there is not land within town limits that would suit the requirements for that type of development, because the ranch operation, the agricultural component, is at the heart of what this is.
In the future, do you envision doing any development work in town?
No, my focus is 100% on agri-hood development. That is my focus and my mission. So housing is secondary to what this development is really about.
Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I look forward to having you on the board.
Thank you. I look forward to participating.
Thanks. Okay, now we have a double header here with the Chaffey Housing Authority, Marjo Kyrgyz, and then we'll have Reed McCullough with the Chaffey Housing Trust.
Hey, everyone. skip to the next slide because that's the big news. If you haven't heard, I accepted the position as the permanent executive, well, I shouldn't say permanent, full-time executive director versus the interim, which I've been serving as for the last year. Doesn't seem like much changed for me, but maybe it's going to change for everybody else. So I'm excited to be here and I'm really excited about the opportunity. Reed and I have been presenting to the county on a regular basis for about a year now and have recently reached out to both the town and the city of Salida to continue that tactic because it seems a really good way for us to keep engaged and keep people up to date as well as respond to your needs. So the real goal today is to get to the last set of questions we have, which is, you know, how do you want to do this? What will work for you? In your packet, I had provided the annual report, and I have just a couple of additions to that that are a little more contemporaneous, that are in a series of slides, which I promise I won't show up the slides that I haven't seen before. But the key thing on this one is, since I've come to the Housing Authority, we've actually made a few structural adjustments in staffing, both with new hires and new positions. And so primarily it reflects our new focus on one being on sort of real estate preservation and development. Secondly, on management of property and assets that are getting into our portfolio. Our housing case manager is focused on unhoused and housing stability. And then there's a housing navigator position that supports from all of those staff across those, from unhoused to rentals to homeownership. We have one vacant position, which we're hoping to hire by the beginning of next month. I don't foresee that we'll be adding a lot of staff. And so this sort of transition that we've just gone through, including with me, is getting us positioned to be able to meet some of the changing demands of the Housing Authority. You can go to the next slide. The progress that the CHA has made in the last year since the election have been somewhat dramatic in terms of the focus of our work. James Place, while not a BD project, does include a transitional shelter, which is part of our housing stability program and is also services that we're providing to the town of BD, which is under our housing stability program, which I'll talk about in a minute. But primarily the key thing here is that we're on track and currently on budget to be done in December with lease ups starting in January and the ability to expand our housing stability program starting in January. Next one. 505 was our first acquisition, and this again is in Salida, but the key point I wanted to kind of add that we have learned over the last 6 months and since I wrote the annual report, when we did our operating budget for these apartments, and when I say operating, I mean essentially utilities, so waste management, water, sewer. Our budget for that was based on actuals, and for whatever reason, we're double where we are right now. And that is, we're trying to keep these particular apartments at 70% AMI, which are some of the lowest available that are not LIHTC in Salida. And as a result of having these higher operating costs, we're now having to look at potentially including some diversity in our housing. And I just wanted to highlight that as we're learning about operations of some of these properties, it's also sort of highlighting some of the challenges of creating affordable housing and keeping it affordable. Next one. So Alpine West, as you know, we acquired in March, I can't remember, it's all blurring together. I think it was March or April. We've been doing some thinking about this particular property that we would like to bring back for discussion at some other point, either with staff or with council. Originally, the intent was to work with the developer who was interested in an 80 to 100% AMI project. I think there's some opportunity for us to have some discussions around the need for a LIHTC project and on whether this property might be most appropriate for that, or if there's a need for something that is closer to town. We have made no decisions. We have 5 years to get to a site plan for this particular development. But it is something that's been sort of in the back of our head in terms of meeting some of the needs. When the housing needs assessment is complete, I think is the most appropriate time to probably have this conversation. We'll have a much more thorough understanding of what's happening with housing development here. But it is a opportunity that when we acquired the property, was not exactly what we were thinking. And it is something we're starting to have some thoughts about. It also it's for homeownership for REIT. Next one. And then just a quick update, if you haven't seen Paul Andrews to discuss the crossing. As you might be aware, they were awarded a $4 million equity program. Our staff are currently working on an August application of a $1.9 million grant. A letter of intent was submitted and we were invited to apply. So we're feeling pretty confident about that. There still will be probably another $3 million gap in funding before we get to construction, but the 4 million was the first key part. The 1.9 would be a huge step forward, and then you'll see where we go from there. But all moving forward, so we're excited about that. The other key thing about where we are with the funding, what we've been looking at is a goal of trying to get where we can average in some 70% AMI apartments in the mix so that the overall project would be 90% AMI. So actually under 100. Yeah, we've raised a lot of money and we're pretty proud of that. If you have not met our housing, our real estate projects manager, she is fantastic and she's done a phenomenal job bringing housing resource money into Chaffey County, and we will continue to work towards those goals. And if you didn't notice, affordable housing is kind of expensive. It isn't cheaper to build, but we keep trying to figure out how to bring grants into our community. You can skip that one and we'll come back to that another day. So just in terms of services and some of that structure, we are serving across the housing continuum. We have 2 programs that are sort of sheltered under housing stability. One of them being our work within this balance of states continuum of care, and then the other being a partnership with DHS. This past month, we signed a MOU agreement, or just agreement, with a local church in Buena Vista who was interested in providing support to individuals within the kind of 2 BV zip codes. And we are now administering a grant for housing stability based on those church donations. And that's the first type of program like that. And we really have an immense amount of gratitude for the church for reaching out to us to do that. We've already had 2 people from BV reach out for emergency assistance, and we would not have been able to help them without that contribution. So it's a really neat thing that kind of came out of that. Within our rental program, we now have a specific designated person who works with individuals looking for renting. We have always provided guidance, but we're trying to enhance our ability to communicate to people on what's available. And we recently, and I'll show you a picture, changed some things on our website, which we hope to make it easier to find information. We're also starting to really build out our way that we can help communicate opportunities for housing. That one's a little further out, but that's also on the list as soon as we get the rentals done. So if you could just show the next slides. We have almost 100 units under our management currently, either our own or CHT. And in order to respond to needs, next one, we had had an email list, which we had to split in 2 and send out 2 bulk emails to tell people what was happening. It really wasn't efficient for the amount of volume that we are now dealing with. So we've recently developed a web page where you can subscribe to a newsletter. It's all done through our website. People can subscribe, unsubscribe as they wish, versus us like, hey, do you still want to be on our email list? And we're going to just send that out once a month with what we know about availability in Chaffey County. And so we're excited about that shift and being able to be a little more efficient in that. And most of the time for the properties that we manage, next one, well, I can show, but we actually have our rentals listed on our website. The annual report highlighted a number of important components, which I cannot read that far, so give me a second to go pull that up because I can't see that. And I just want to give a highlight on what some of the key things that I think are happening in housing right now. Our demand for those lower income, like very low and low income housing has not gone away. We've talked to you before about how difficult it is to build to those lower incomes. And I think that when we get the housing needs assessment back, it's going to kind of reiterate that need. That's why we're starting to think about things like LIHTC. City of Salida is moving forward with a LIHTC RFP currently. I think the next one should be on this end of the county. State grants and low interest loans through the state or CHAFA are actually pretty supportive of us getting within that 70 to 100% and 10% AMI. And we are seeing those units getting built. The 80% AMI units at Midland are renting up. We have higher demand for those. And I think that is sort of indicative of the type of, 80, 90, 70% AMI rentals that need to be part of these kind of state grant level that are not LIHTC and continuing to meet that need. And that's why we're sort of making some adaptations in some of our funding proposals. When we look at homeownership, both communities are making progress. I will let Reed speak to that. But those low income rentals up here that you've all identified is different funding sources and different strategies to each of those different AMIs. And I think, as we continue to think about what needs to get built here next, let's work together to try to figure that one out. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Reed.
Thanks, Marshall. So one of the beauties of having a fully functional and staffed up and ready to go housing authority is these two organizations together now can do a lot of great work. We're focused on home ownership and they're focused on rentals. And then the management of our rental units before we can sell them is falling on the staff, the CHA. And so it's becoming a wonderful partnership. If you can go to, you can stop right there. Quick photo on the right, you can see the River Village Mobile Home Park in Johnson Village, which if you don't know, we acquired this earlier this year and now are working on bringing some funds to rehab the infrastructure for that park. I can go to the next slide, please. Real quick, just to see our organizational structure, we're 3.5 full-time employees, just hired a property manager specifically for the River Village Mobile Home Park, but also our other properties. And then we hire contractors around the edge to get the rest of the work done. Next slide, please. So in our programs, Marjo, is there a way for me to look back? You cannot see that.
Click on it.
There we go. Well, in any case, so we've got programs and partnerships. So on the homeownership program is a core function of of selling homes, in that we have buyers who come in and they don't know anything about mortgages, about credit. No one's ever really taught them what the process is to buy a home. So from that initial phone call all the way to the closing table, soup to nuts, we provide all the services that they need to get through that process, repairing their credit, mortgage application, et cetera, et cetera. We have a bilingual HUD certified counselor, Claudia Paulskill. She's absolutely fantastic. And she really digs in with folks and provides not just counseling, but coaching, in that some folks need a little bit of a nudge to get their act together and to figure things out. And so she's there to help them, but also to help them learn to do it themselves. On the development side, we hired Sean Romero, also bilingual, and he's getting his finance degree right now. A huge asset for us. He's taking on all of the development with, I'm sorry, school can't read that. Working with either as a general contractor, so we own and run the project and hire subs, or we work with an existing developer, have them build the units, and then we come in at the end and buy those off of them. The example being the BD Crossing with Paul Andrews. Also in that, all the management of the financing, lines of credit, et cetera, from construction to perm, having Sean on board to manage all that's pretty critical. So a mighty team of 3 with our project manager in the field. And on the, so you can go back to that one slide. On the partnership side, of course, one of the things that we want to offer is that if a developer is going to offer affordable units, that we will come in and take down those units at certificate of occupancy, which gives them the ability to say to their lender, hey, with confidence, these 14 or 8 or 6 units will be taken out and that you will be able to pay off that part of the construction loan. So it helps them get across the finish line to get the process done. On the flip side of that, as you've seen, I come to town trustee meetings, city council, the county, to also work with a developer to help communicate their project and the benefits of the community to the community of that particular project. So some of the many things that we do. And then if you go to one more slide, this is just a quick list of what we've got going and what we've done so far. So 42 units built and sold or rented on their way to being sold, and that's across the county. 83 units in the 2 mobile home parks that we bought. We also acquired a 23 unit mobile home park in Poncha Springs. And so between those 2 units, those 2 parks, 83 units total. And we're working on adding 10 more homes in the empty slots in the River Village Mobile Home Park. One of the interesting things about that particular project is that we are now a shareholder in a modular housing factory that is getting stood up in Walsenburg, and they're going to be serving the very, very low end of the market. So we've designed a 1 and a 2 bedroom unit that we can replace existing trailers in the River Village Mobile Home Park with these new modulars, put them on a foundation, and then you can get real financing, much more permanent home, much more energy efficient, all those things. So giving people the opportunity to get rid of their existing trailer and move into a new home, or just creating homes that are for sale or for rent until we can sell them. So some of the many things we're doing, but a long list of all the projects that we're doing across the board there. And the future projects, we've got one in Leadville, 12 units, BD Crossing for 14 units, and we're working on a 4-plex in Poncha Springs that we're going to provide as for home ownership. So a quick breakdown of who we are and what we do. One of the things to understand about our organization is we are a community land trust. And that is a very complex idea, a way of doing home ownership. The underlying idea being that when we acquire land, the nonprofit holds on to that land in perpetuity. So 100 years from now, we will still own the lots in the farm. We will still own the lots in BB Crossing, and we can make sure that that is still used for affordable housing if that's the highest and best use of that land at that future point. And that's compared to some deed restriction properties that the deed restriction can go away historically after 30 years or 40 years. They're getting better about making them perpetual as well, but knowing that anytime we get some land, it's going to be there for the future development of the community long after we're all dead and gone. So, Marjorie, you want to jump in on this one?
Well, yeah, so generally, we just have a couple questions for you guys to wrap up since this is the first time we're here, which is, what would be, if we're coming quarterly, the most effective use of time with you? What information do you want in advance? How do you want to structure that time together? Do you want just updates? We really kind of want to meet your needs to help you feel informed both on what we're doing as well as helping build your capacity as decision makers in the affordable housing space.
And on that, I think because, for example, the community land trust model is a little bit too complex to present in this room, I'd love to sit down with you one-on-one and explain to you how that works so that you understand that mechanism and anything else about what we're doing together. Sometimes one-on-one, two-on-one meetings can be more productive to answer your specific questions.
Could you give a quick overview of why you're interested in mobile home parks now?
I can start with 1 and then we'll go to 2 because we might have different answers. From a state planning perspective, each community has made commitments to the state to meet affordable housing goals. Part of that count that you have committed to includes naturally occurring affordable housing. And in Chaffee County, 10% of all the most inexpensive housing is mobile home parks. And so ensuring that those mobile home parks are not acquired and transitioned and flipped into something expensive is critical for both maintaining progress in affordable housing as well ensuring that people are not displaced.
Specific to mobile home parks, there was state law that was passed last year to try and encourage resident ownership of those communities. Resident owner, ROCs are called, ROCs. And we got a call from the folks in Poncha Springs saying, our park's for sale. We don't want to go to an investor. We know what's going to happen then. Can you please help us? And so we were able to intervene on their behalf, acquire the park, And should they choose, they can organize themselves as a co-op and buy the park from us at a future date. Similarly with River Village, when Duncan Q, was selling it, we've had long conversations. So he let us know, and same mechanism, we had 120 days to respond, go out and get financing and funding. It was a quick scramble, but we were able to beat back in both cases, investor groups. For River Village, it was a 28-year-old running an organization that owns 120 parks across the country, all for investors. And they were purely looking for a profit motive on this great opportunity. So we were able to beat them back, come in with a higher offer that was accepted, and now we own the park.
Thank you. It's really great that you could step in, make that happen.
That's why we're here.
Andrew.
I have a request. We talk a lot about AMI, and that's something that's in your world. I mean, you just live and breathe that, and it makes so much sense to you. It's not something that we intuitively connect with, and neither does the public. So I just would request when you give these updates, if you could put beside the AMI, this is the annual income, or this is the rent we're talking about, because those are the numbers that we actually can connect with.
Yeah, it's good point. Thank you.
Any other tips for them on what we'd like?
I think anything like we can do to help you and to help people. I know it's the biggest struggle in this county is affordable housing, and large ideas are welcome, and just trying to work together to figure this out.
Yeah, and I do think as you start to go through, are you working on a comp plan or a code update, or both?
Comp plan.
As you're going through the comp plan, housing clearly is going to be one of the things that people want to talk about. If there's any way that we can support that in terms of helping do education around strategies that would work and could be integrated into your comp plan, because then you go to the code, and there are a number of things on the code side where the state is providing a lot of incentives and support, and understanding how those options might support your actions. We have a lot of experience both in the county level and Salida, and sort of working through those challenges with them, and we're happy to bring that expertise to bear. The way that we can succeed is when those entitlements go through. So those partnerships that are actually getting, sticks on the ground and built, minus the preservation projects where we're just trying to plug holes, it's fingers in a dike. To get anywhere, we need new units. And so, that's where I think the benefit of us working together and identifying strategies that are helpful is a good opportunity.
And to kind of tag with that, a struggle that we had recently was the Cedar Street development that came to us with the parking fee in lieu, and the housing authority stated that they had support in that, and they were going to give 2 units to the housing authority at 100% AMI, the smallest units, but then they were going to take 2 and 3 bedroom condominiumized units and sell them for $600,000 to $800,000, and that was kind of a struggle for us because we thought the project as a whole was not something that was going to benefit the people of our area. So I guess, getting a better understanding of what you as the housing authority and the housing trust are looking for, and not just, because to me, it kind of looked like you were just taking whatever you can get. And we want to make sure that we're doing things that are helping all the people and not just getting you some units, which we definitely want you to get as well.
Yeah, and there's scale questions I think that we can have some discussions around. It's very difficult to do small scale projects, and I think that was one of the things we saw as an opportunity. We're okay with you saying no, but it doesn't always have to be we're looking to go build a Midland, or we're looking to go build a 33 units. I think there's some opportunities for thinking about what's an appropriate scale for integrating across the community, whether that's through ADUs or through, inclusionary type projects like Cedar, where you provide some, incentives for them to include some and affordable housing. And so I think that's probably what we saw in it, was an opportunity to do something at the smaller scale. But yeah, like we don't take offense that you didn't feel that it was right for the town.
Philip, we have something?
I just had a couple of suggestions. One, LIHTC, as you mentioned, is really the only mechanism I've seen to achieve those AMIs or lower price points. It's such a struggle to get. Going through that, I would recommend that maybe start planning on that now with our planning department, identifying locations where that could occur next time. Because when you say, hey, we're ready to apply, you have to be ready. You have to have the location. You have to have everything in order because it's so competitive. So I would say go ahead and start planning on that now. And then the other thought was just Carbonate Street Phase 2, getting these two organizations involved with planning on that. And I think that's an open canvas for the board to explore what Phase 2 of Carbonate Street could look like. So.
Great, good.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Reed, you were talking about using a place in Walsenburg that would bring in modulars, and I can't remember your exact wording, but lesser quality is what I took from what you said. When you bring something like that in to save money, does it meet code? Is it going to be safe for people to live in? And what is the life expectancy of it?
Lesser quality would not be a way I'd like to describe these units. I think lower price point and lower production cost. To use an example, the Fading West product is, it's a really nice product. That's what's going to be in BB Crossing, and it's expensive because they build a nice product. We're trying to find a design that's very simple and repetitive so they can churn out a number of these same similar units that then can be placed in multiple locations across the state, bringing that price point down. So in terms of, we want them to be energy efficient. We have to meet all the state codes. That's part of the manufactured home program in the state, is that they have their own inspectors come in the factory, make sure everything's safe and built to code. And then of course, bringing it in locally, there's a chance for the county to review it and make sure that they also sign off on it before it ever even gets considered. So energy efficiency and low cost to own, as well as durability, for me, are the top factors that we consider. We don't want to put someone in a house that then costs them a fortune to heat over time, or that's going to break down quickly. If we have to turn it over from one homeowner to the next, then we're also in the mix, making sure that it's durable. So low price, low cost to own, and durability, those are our three factors. One of the seeds I would like to plant with you that came up during the BB Crossing discussion is that when it comes to the capital stack for affordable housing, there's always, from the state or from outside entities, a look at the local and saying what is being done locally to help this project along. And I would like to continue that conversation to talk about, even if there's small ways, to help monetize that benefit and put a number on it so that, for example, all the work that went into helping get the grants for BB Crossing, that there's a value on that. We can monetize that and include it in our grant applications to say there's local skin in the game. There's regional, there's state, everybody's in on this. And so therefore that larger entity can say, okay, well then we're into. The flip side being they're not very attractive to projects where the locals are saying, oh no, we can't do this. Let somebody else do it.
An example, sort of some gratitude, would be the contribution that came through the special limited partnership to the BB Crossings homeownership project through the special limited partnership. And that does count towards skin in the game, quite significant skin in the game, as does whenever we participate through a special limited partnership. The contribution is truly coming from the local governments, not from us. And we acknowledge that. And we're actually rewriting that process to ensure that we come to you first, particularly given some of the economic conditions that you're all facing, but those do count towards contributions.
What that has to do with this local sales tax that we're not collecting because of the special limited partnership. So it is a huge contribution. But yeah, we need to track all of our personnel time on all that you do with tracking those grants and applying for them.
And I want to leave with some good news, because it seems like there's very little good news in the news these days. If you're not geeking out on some of the housing outcomes in the big beautiful bill, the one positive out of that was a significant increase in LIHTC funding, a 12% increase nationally. So that was good.
That and the USDA 502 direct loan program, which is what our low-income buyers use for mortgages, that was also maintained, if not slightly increased.
Right.
So that was a huge sign.
Andrew?
Yeah, just one other random thought. You mentioned that Carbonate Street,
There's a lot of demand for the low end units. How is the
120s,
demand for the higher end units, are they filling up?
not as fast. Not as fast. The 80s were much easier to rent.
So just like some of the future updates, it'd be just kind of nice to know how is that project actually
You might.
filling up and filling out and
Our role is we do the income verification. So we actually don't know who gets accepted once we do the income stuff. It's actually done through, is it tributary now? Through their own property management. We don't manage those. We simply do a very technical activity of meeting some of their fair housing rules.
But I did reach out to Tributary Development today, actually, and ask that by the time I provide my update to the Board of Trustees in the next meeting, that we have an update on that count. So that's really great.
Great. Other questions? Well, thank you very much, both of you, for coming.
Thanks.
And please feel free to reach out to us individually, or we can meet together if anybody want to do that.
Yeah, these guys are real experts.
Thank you.
Everything housing. Okay. Now we have another item here, which is Mountain Food and Beverage LLC, doing business as Strange Craft Beer Company in BB Sales Room liquor license. Question. So I'd like to ask our staff to report on this, and then we'll have the applicant also, right?
Okay. As outlined in the board packet, on February 11th, the town received an email from law firm Rico and Profit submitting a permanent Colorado liquor sales room license application on behalf of Mountain Food and Beverage LLC, doing business as Strange Craft Beer Company, ABV, and they're located at 324 East Main Street. And owners are Ken and April Kushna. As you know, that's the lot where the Olive food truck is. So that's where our location is. And also the trustees act as a local licensing authority, and by state statute must review liquor related applications and determine whether or not the required criteria for the approval of a given type of license have been met. And specific to a sales room license, the Board of Trustees is responsible for determining that the proposed sales room will not impact traffic, noise, or other neighborhood concerns in a manner inconsistent with local regulations or ordinances, or that the applicant will sufficiently mitigate any impacts identified by the board. Staff requests that the Board of Trustees determine if the approval of the proposed sales room will impact the traffic, noise, or other neighborhood concerns. And also just different for a sales room, the municipality does not issue a town license. So that's unique to this type of license. And a sales room is an area in which the licensed winery, limited winery, distillery, or beer wholesaler sells and serves alcoholic beverages for consumption on the licensed premise, sells alcoholic beverages in sealed containers for consumption off the licensed premise, or both. When a licensee submits an application to the state to operate a sales room, they must also send a copy of the application to the local licensing authority. And the applicant must affirm to the state license authority that they have complied with the local zoning restrictions. The local licensing authority may submit a response to the application to the state licensing authority, but that response has to be done within 45 days of receipt. And if there's any concerns, that's when the town has the opportunity to say that the license or the property would conflict or violate local land use or zoning laws. And the state licensing authority must consider the response from the local licensing authority and may deny the application based on the local licensing authority. If the state does not receive a response from the local licensing authority within the timeframe, the state shall deem the local licensing authority does not object to the sales room, and the sales room can begin operating under the state approval. And a local licensing authority can request the state to take action against the sales room if they determine that the licensee has engaged in unlawful actions. Upon the receipt of the application, which initially included the sale of alcoholic beverages from a beer trailer, it was determined that it violated local zoning laws. On February 13th, I submitted an objection to the issuance of the sales room license to the state licensing authority. From a land use perspective, food truck trailers may be permitted as temporary vendors through the temporary use and structure criteria as long as the proposed vendor operates on a non-permanent and temporary basis, and it would not trigger the requirement that the lot's non-conforming site features and non-conforming structure comes into compliance with Unified Development Code, meeting the 85% minimum frontage build-out at the setback. The proposed beer trailer cannot be permitted as a temporary vendor since a permanent structure is required for a liquor license. As an alternative, the existing permanent structure could be utilized to sell beer if the owner completed a change of use process, which would not require the non-conforming lot to meet the 85% minimum frontage build-out setback requirements. After several months of multiple discussions and exploring options, the owners, Ken and April, decided to utilize the existing structure rather than a beer trailer. The change of use process was completed and they received a certificate of occupancy from Chaffey County Building Department, as well as approval from Chaffey County Fire Protection District. On July 16th, Colorado Department of Revenue criminal investigator Joe Daigle completed a site inspection and has given approval for the location. Since the town does not issue a sales room license, background checks and completing a needs and desires petition for the neighborhood are not required. Proof of possession of the premise has been provided. Police Chief Dean Morgan, Planning Director Marika Kopp, Code Enforcement Officer Anita Walton, Chaffey County Fire Protection District Kira Jones, and Chaffey County Consumer Specialist Stephanie Nielsen have completed and given their approval for the issuance of the license. The request is being asked for the board to consider a motion to approve which amendments are denied the determination that the issuance of a liquor sales room license to Strange Craft Beer and BV does not impact traffic, noise, or other neighborhood concerns in a manner that is inconsistent with local regulations or ordinances. And Ken and April are here to also share their business philosophies and answer any questions.
Great. Ken and April, would you like to come to the podium? Hi.
And this is April, obviously.
Statement you'd like to make?
Excuse me?
Do you have a statement that you'd like to make?
I would just like to say that, the whole purpose for this was to start a second location for Strange Craft Beer Company, which is a brewery that's been in existence in Denver for more than 15 years. Our friends Tim and Marnie Myers have been running that company for many years. And when they wanted to start a second location, they approached us about partnering with them. And our only prerequisite was that we wanted to be in a mountain town, and that Tim and Marnie and April and myself have been coming to Chaffey County as visitors and recreators for many, many years and love the area. So we started looking around here because April and I are here as residents living and operating the business, not just starting a business here and then walking off. So we wanted it to be somewhere we really loved.
And our goal is to build further upon the community that's already here. Like, that's really it, is to be a community gathering space as well.
Right. So the idea for Strange Craft in BV was to have a beer and food garden, an outdoor space with communal tables where locals and visitors alike can come and gather and have some good food and a good beer in a family atmosphere. So that's pretty much what we wanted to do.
In terms of the alcohol sales, are they all Strange Craft beers? Is that what you're selling, or are you selling a variety of things?
We're going to start with just Strange Craft beers. There is the potential to add guest beers from other companies but we'll start with just strange craft beer.
So this license provides for you to sell the other products as well?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. Great, well, it looks like it'll be a really nice setup there with 2 food trucks and. So the border on the map up there, the red border is the whole alcohol area, is that right? And is there a fence or a rope or something at Main Street?
Yes, there's a fence across Main Street along the sidewalk, and then at the back of the property, we have some fencing back there as well. And a lot of signage that tells people where they can and can't be with alcohol or not.
It seems like you were saying that you were gonna serve syrup beer in glasses, is that right?
That's right.
That's correct.
Makes it easily
Yeah.
identifiable. I like that.
Questions for them? This is the first one of these we've seen.
Will it just be seasonal, like the food trucks as well, or?
No, I mean, we know that the winter time can be a little challenging, but April and I have been living here since November, so we've experienced this winter at least. And the plan is to at least be open as much as we can year round, and that probably will be some more limited hours since we're an outdoor space. But the winter times here are pretty tolerable during the daytime, and we'll see what we can do about that as well. But we don't plan to be a late night establishment either way, so. Yeah, we are working towards a plan to be able to open year round.
What's your hours looking like? Are they gonna be shadowing what the food truck is? Is that kind of?
Yeah, the plan right now is to be pretty similar to the food truck, which is generally about 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. And so we'll probably be pretty similar to that. I mean, we don't really have any intentions to set a late night establishment. There are other places that have indoors that do that really well, and we don't have any intent to be a late night space.
What kind of noise would we expect from your place?
I mean, probably not much more than is already there right now, because there's already the 2 food trucks have been in operation since May, and the noise has not been an issue so far. And we don't plan to add much to the noise level.
Say it would be just conversations. We do want to do some music, but it wouldn't be anything loud or any major bands, anything really late night plans like that.
Okay.
I went today. It was lovely.
Thank you.
I thought the landscaping was a really nice addition to the food trucks that we've had there over the years. So I thought it looked really great, and it was cool to see people having real estate meetings. I had lunch with my husband. I could see other community members working on their laptops. It seemed to really add to the community atmosphere, so.
Appreciate that. That's what our whole goal is. We want to be part of the community, not just selling stuff to it.
Andrew?
I have more of a question just for us. You know, when we go through this doing the liquor licenses, there's always a component of public input, whether it's the neighborhood folks sign up in support of it. And my question, like, I don't object to the concept. I think it sounds pretty neat. Looking forward to going there. So that's not my issue. My question is for us is, why would we not do a public hearing and just kind of honor the spirit of how we do other liquor licenses?
I can voice that. This particular one is the first of its kind. This did take a good amount of effort to get to this point. The next regularly scheduled meeting is August 26th. And so at that point, it is another month. And so figured it was at least worthwhile to provide the opportunity at this meeting with their kind of summer window closing quickly.
For sure. I mean, the one-off is obviously a consideration, but my question is more just the principle of the matter. It's like we ought to honor that principle of having public support, expression of public support and public interest when we review these.
I can see that point. I do think when we're talking about a business district like East Main or South Main, somewhere where there's a high concentration of like businesses, I could see the exception to that, right?
Well, I think it's probably a formality. It's perfunctory, but it's still honoring the process.
That's fair.
I do think that generally we're honoring the process. And for this process, it's not within our authority nor our requirements to do that. And I think that's honoring the process, is respecting the fact that we're not the liquor authority in this regard. Like, we're not authorizing that. And so it's okay to let the state handle that if it's the state's responsibility. But I hear what you're
No,
saying.
if Ryan says that, we could,
It does.
we could do it as a public hearing. I understand that's a setback, and that's just my
I think for me, if
honoring the
there
process.
were like an actual, like, if there were an issue of impacting traffic, noise, or other neighborhood concerns, then I would agree a public hearing would feel like a better process. I think if there wasn't, like in this case, it doesn't seem to present issues that would impact traffic. It's already on Main Street, like noise is already noisy.
I'm not taking objection to any of that.
But it's a solid question to bring up.
It's just a
the
different
first
way of
time.
doing the same thing every time we have a liquor license. They put a
sketch up there that says, hey, this is where we're doing it, this is where we're not doing it. So this, to me, just feels like a little different way of doing the
same thing we always do, and there is a component of public support, or show public support for it.
I think the fact that it is different, there's a different type of license, and that's kind of what we're trying to navigate here. The majority of what you've seen today, we'll probably see continuing forward, and noted on the sales one, we can definitely plan accordingly on if and when we get an additional sales room license. But historically, it's been hotel and restaurant, tavern, fermented beverage, that kind of stuff, where it is kind of clear on those type of licenses, and this is a unique license from.
It is, but it's still the same place of having a beer and a burger.
True, yeah.
And we're being asked to project that it's not going to be a problem. So if it is a problem, you'll hear from us, I guess.
Sure we will. But it's not a public hearing, though, is it? So there's no audience comment.
Yeah.
Right.
Go
ahead.
In our packet, it does say something about noise impacts. And so that area was quiet at night. And across the alley is residential. So I do think we're right in asking it, since that's one of the things in here that we're supposed to worry about is noise impacts, and it will be adding to the noise because the noise wouldn't have been there before. And with what's all the other businesses down the way, adding to the noise level. And I'm not against what you guys are trying to do, but it is something that we are supposed to address.
Yeah, and I do think you probably have a unanimous public support for it.
This isn't a public hearing.
I understand. I'm like, the one it would impact the most as a direct neighbor of this whole property. I own a piece of dirt and I live there, and I'm here in support of April and Ken. So if there's anybody that was gonna object to any of it, it would be me, and I'm not ever going to object to it.
But that is slightly out of order because this is not a public hearing.
Right. It's not a public hearing, and you cannot guarantee they're gonna be the property owner for eternity. It's affecting a residential area.
Trustee comments, questions?
We need to take formal action.
Yeah.
Essentially decide whether or not it impacts traffic, noise, or neighborhood concerns.
Yeah, we'd like a motion to approve with amendments, or deny that the Board of Trustees, acting as the local licensing authority, has determined the proposed sales room does not impact traffic, noise, or other neighborhood concerns in a manner that is inconsistent with local regulations or ordinances.
I will make that motion.
Okay.
I would second that motion.
Great. So we have Rosenauer and Hike. Is there further discussion?
I would just like to say, I think my
Previous comment, I would be more comfortable for this if we had public support and expression of public comment that would confirm our suspicion that there's no impacts to traffic and noise. So I will vote no, not because I don't like the idea. I just think the process should honor a window of public comment.
Okay. Anybody else further discussion?
This is our first one. And I want to first say thank you to all of our staff for working through this process with April and Ken to figure out where we're going. I think this presents us a great opportunity as a town to have a new and different kind of outdoor business. And so I do appreciate that public hearings are there for a reason. I also feel like the state has their process for a reason as well. This is a fully licensed state. They've already done all of the due diligence that we would typically do to do a liquor license. And so I just want to say I'm in support because I want to see more opportunities like this pop up around town. And I do understand the public comment. And I think I would be more inclined if they were trying to do late night or live music every night. There have recently been other places added along East Main Street that didn't have to go through a public forum to open up their back patio or on the terrace, you know, to have exception for live music. So we didn't get a public hearing on that.
Kind of proving my point, but I won't go there.
Right, so we didn't get a public hearing on that either. And so it kind of feels like a little bit of a tear here between wanting to support small businesses to be in our town and hearing pushback. My resolution to that is the fact that at any point in time, we can go to the state and say, they're breaking rules, they're causing a nuisance, and that can be revoked. So that for me is the process for this brand new thing that we've never done before.
And I don't want to be painted in the corner as being anti-business, I'm just saying.
Right. No, and I'm not saying you are by any means, but I do think it's worth, because we do have this state as the backer on this one, that we could say, okay, we don't think that there's going to be a large impact.
Does the state receive public comment or just do background checks?
That's a great question. I don't know. I don't work in the state.
And one of the things that we were explained by the state as far as sales room is a whole totally unique animal. And what they explained is that, you know, they have a license to brew beer. Sales rooms are just like your driver's license. You get your driver's license and then you get like a motorcycle endorsement. So it's just another license underneath that. And that's what they explained a sales room license is. They have already gone through all the requirements to get their brewery license, that this is like an accessory license to do a sales room. So much of that process has already been done. And I just want to point out one of the things about public hearings, and we've all sat through many, many liquor public hearings. Very, very rarely do we have public comment, especially against. I'm just saying that.
I know, it's often perfunctory.
And also, as far as the neighborhood, if we required a petition to get those 30 signatures, it's a mile circumference around this town. They wouldn't even have to hit any of the property owners or the businesses to get signatures. They could go to South Main and get all their signatures and still be in compliance. So I just want to point out that you may not always be getting those neighbors who are really against it. So it's just a really unique thing. And let me tell you, the learning curve for Brian, Marika, Philip, Joel, and I, and Ken and April, has been enormous. So just like it is to you guys.
So a question. This is on top of a brewery license. Are you going to brew the beer there on the property? You won't brew it there?
No.
But you have a brewery license.
Breweries in there, and we'll just be transporting beer from that brewery to this tap room. So no, we will not be brewing it.
Is the license that A-Line has, is that a similar?
No.
Or is it different?
Different.
It's different.
Okay.
Yeah, they're
because they can sell their beer out the door as well. Okay. So
they're brew pub. Yeah, they're brew pub.
So why? Yeah, I guess I don't really understand why we went this avenue instead of doing like a brew pub.
Because they're not brewing on the property.
Because this is the choice that they made that fits their business model. Because they're not brewing here in.
Oh, that's right.
Eddie Line is brewing here in BV.
Right. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay.
So we have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any further discussion? Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please, Paula.
Trustee Hike.
Yes.
Trustee Rice.
No.
Trustee Rosenauer.
Yes.
Trustee Rowe.
Yes.
Trustee Sturm.
Yes.
And Trustee Swisher.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Next step
So what we'll do is I'll have Libby sign this form tonight, so I can get an email to Joe and the technician tomorrow morning. And so the turnaround time should be, so I'll have Libby sign this tonight. First thing in the morning. Okay.
If I could, real quick, there's a lot of people that came here for us tonight, that we've made friends with, and I just want to say thank you to all you guys.
Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all. Okay, our next item is item B, the Chicago Ranch Trail Project. And Shane, is this yours?
It is.
Okay, great.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Board of Trustees. Here today to talk about the Chicago Ranch Trail Project and hopefully approve the contract. So for some background, the project as town was kind of going through the annexation and donation of land process for the Chicago Ranch parcel. Us in the recreation department, we'd check in every so often and say, okay, how's that coming along? We know one of the first steps is building a trail, a 5K trail out on the property. With TriView pledging $100,000 for the construction of that trail. So, particularly Earl, who's on if we have any questions. We just kept kicking the tires every so often saying, oh yeah, how's that coming along? How's that coming along? And then in early this year, we kind of started developing the plans and we reached out to TriView and they actually kind of went out and secured a bid already a little earlier than what we wanted. So then we kind of decided to pull the reins back and kind of go through a formal RFP process for the trail. We also did some extensive work on the background. So Brian's got the map pulled up there, which was put together by Chris Lieber at NES, which was the same company that conducted the Rodeo Grounds Chicago Ranch Master Plan. And actually going through this process, diving into that master plan, it actually did have a lot of very helpful information on this project in particular as well. So the trail system would be a loop system. So if you took with the main trailhead kind of being on the right-hand side of the screen by Rodeo Road, that would kind of be our starting location with a slightly over 1 mile loop. If you completed the inner loop, can be completed in either direction. And then to achieve the 5K trail, you would run the inner loop and then the outer loop. So you would be, there would kind of be double the traffic on the inner loop, the eastern portion of the trail, and probably less traffic on the outer portion of the trail. Throughout the process, we reached out to the high school cross-country team in Chassa to make sure that we were, what we constructed would be available for their use. Would definitely take some better planning if there were to be a cross-country meet out there, just with all the buses and traffic and all that kind of stuff. Probably have to build up some better infrastructure, but at the very least, the trail would be suited for an event like that. Also, throughout the process, when I was here earlier this year, we talked about the surface of the trail, natural surface versus, crusher fines or road base or things like that. We did do some research into that and didn't really find anything conclusive on a natural surface or a soft surface trail, being more present to weeds. And it was pointed out in that master plan by NES that most of the Chicago Ranch property, there are currently no weeds present on that property. With very few weeds on the rodeo grounds property as well. So the process, we released the RFP back in May, and Earl Richmond conducted a site tour with a few interested contractors. The proposals were due on Friday, June 20th, and we had 7 proposals from a number of qualified companies, including multiple companies like Elevations Excavation out of Salida and Trailside Ltd out of Leadville, who built trails for us in the past. We asked them for 2 proposals. We asked each company for an option A and an option B. Option A being the natural surface trail, 8 feet wide, graded, compacted, all that good stuff. And then option B of a road-based trail, which is the town trail spec, 8 feet wide, digging 4 inches deep, filling with 6 inches of road base, which would be better for drainage, durability, and more intensive year-round use. One thing that was very interesting on the proposals is that 2 of the companies, one company that was very familiar with building trails in former irrigated grassland, which this project would be, as well as the company that built the recharge pond out there on the Chicago Ranch site, both of those companies did not recommend a natural surface trail, mainly just because that soil out there is not suitable for that type of trail, which I believe is also stated in the original master plan as well. So, Earl and I were evaluated all the projects, and we were unanimous on our top choice. We actually had the proposals scored in the exact same order, even without consulting each other. And we gave a notice to proceed, or notice of intent to award the contract to Troy Baker and Western Sky Dynamics, as both of their projects could be completed within the planned budget of $138,000, and could be completed by the project deadline. I would like to point out that because this was not a budgeted project, Philip might chime in here as soon as I'm done talking, and add a little bit more about the budget process we need to go through to make this project happen as well. One thing that was very interesting, or that both Earl and I really liked about the Western Sky Dynamics proposal, was they did submit a third alternative option that was kind of a middle ground between the natural surface and the town trail spec, that would be a 2-inch excavated trench instead of a 4-inch, and filling with 3 inches of Class 6 road base, instead of the 6 inches of Class 6 road base. We feel like both of taking that option C will lead to ultimately lead to better compaction of the trail, leading to better drainage and better safety out there on site long term. We also are proposing option C in the contract with Western Sky Dynamics, because it'll leave us additional funds to add additional road base if needed, and also to construct connecting trails through the rodeo grounds parking, or throughout the rodeo grounds, to connect this new trail to the existing trails that are already out there on site, and prevent the creation of social trails. as well as giving us a little bit of funds for a parking area in Trailhead, as well as a few other random expenses, there's currently a barbed wire fence around the entire Chicago Ranch property, so we'll probably need to do something about that, at least the piece that bisects Chicago Ranch and the rodeo grounds by the trail. So the information on the proposal is included in your packet. Open to questions if you guys have any.
Questions for Shane?
I have a question. What was used on the lower part of Railroad Street and what did they use on Great Drive for their trail? Because we don't want that.
So Railroad Street is asphalt currently.
But on the lower part that didn't last.
Yes, it's kind of a squeegee material on Railroad, that South Railroad. It's really loose. I'm not really too sure. It's not typical that we see trails built with that. And Greg Drive was kind of a modified blend. It might have been a Mod 6. I'm not too sure, but it's also it's not Class 6 road base. And that's what.
So when you were talking option C, that's not what is, it would be much better than what is on Great Drive.
Correct. I'd say the trail that this would be most consistent with would probably be the Peaks View Trail and the Peaks View extension. That was built with a very similar material, as well as the old Walton Loop before we put in crusher fines out there. So still a good material that can be compacted very well, but it is not ADA compliant and trails a weird weird specification, but it wouldn't be ideally suited for that.
Will any of the trails out at the Chicago Ranch Rodeo Grounds be ADA accessible?
Eventually, yes. Going back to the master plan that was created, there's actually, I think it's around 4 miles of paved trails in the master plan. So this was kind of the 5K was always planned to be a soft surface loop, and this is kind of just the first step in the door of definitely a much larger project once that whole master plan is built out.
Andrew.
Question. So you mentioned that the district had a contractor all lined up, ready to go. So that's Jim McGrady special, I think.
A little bit.
Yeah. I wonder, how did our bids compare to Jim's?
It was, well, I was gonna say, it was also, that company did put in an actual proposal with us. I think it was definitely it was definitely cheaper the second time around, but also the first proposal that they kind of threw together without us even asking was I think it was 240. And it was also before we had even really outlined what we wanted on a trail. It was also before we settled on the loop concept. So it was 3.1 miles of actual trail versus this will only be 2.1 miles.
They're still obligated to contribute 100,000.
Correct.
So what we're proposing to do is under the funds we'll receive from them.
Correct. And we actually have already received those funds, as well as the 38,000, which is the first year of their 10-year commitment of funding.
And I would certainly appreciate you guys doing some research on weed control. You know, I think just my observation over the years is sometimes the blowing thistle seeds get lodged in a pile of Class 6 that's over on a yard somewhere, and then that's imported to a property with no weeds. But perhaps the critical link is that the best method to control it is traffic impaction. So to that end, you sold me. I wonder if periodically, if we can dedicate some research with a compactor, like, hey, once or twice a year, when we get the right snow or the right rain, we got a moisture content, go run a smooth little compactor and drive 2 miles out there and periodically, proactively compact that to keep the weeds from growing.
Yep.
And that would go a long way on Greg Drive too.
Yep, yeah, I think Greg Drive, the Peaks Ute extension that we just constructed, that is seeing, pretty good weed growth as well. But I think overall, we definitely, as a rec and public works team, definitely going to be looking at our trail maintenance strategies and dedicating some.
I worked on a highway construction crew one summer, always wanted to drive the compactor, but never got a chance. So if you do that, I'll volunteer to drive the compactor. That would be fun. And you mentioned they can do it by the project deadline, but there looks like there's 3 different deadlines in their proposal. What is the project deadline? When could we expect to use this trail?
So the project deadline we put out in the RFP was October 17th. Just kind of throwing a date out there.
Sure.
But so the
option C, they say by September 4th.
September 4th, I think, and then after that, we'll also need a little bit of time for those other things I mentioned, the parking lot, the social trails. We'll make progress on those as this is happening, but so I'd say late September, October.
Cool. Thank you.
Quick question for like the cross-country team, if they want to have a meet there.
Mm-hmm.
Do we just rent them the rodeo grounds?
So we have a memo of understanding, specifically the rec department has a memo of understanding with the school district for kind of mutual use of facilities.
Okay. But what if the outside group wanted to come in and rent it out for a 5K? Would they just rent out the rodeo grounds?
So then that'd be through the special event process.
Okay.
So
that's kind of what I'm thinking is like, people are going to like it. It's going to be great. Are we ready for people to ask to rent it?
I can say that might be something to address in the fee schedule updates at the end of the year.
Good idea.
And allowing that for potential 2026 special events at that location.
Thanks.
Philip, do you have something you'd like to add before we have a motion?
Yes, please. I would ask if the board is wanting to move forward with this, and hopefully, because we did receive $138,000 from Tri-View already, is to make a motion to adjust the budget, the capital improvement fund, to add in the revenue, $138,000, and then the expense. And Shane, you mentioned additional work out there. Do you want them to amend the budget for expense, $138,000, the equal amount?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
That's the motion I would ask for.
Okay. Is there someone who'd like to make that motion?
I will make that motion if I don't have to repeat.
Got it.
Thanks.
I'll second.
Okay, great. So we have Hike and Sturm. Roll call.
Okay, Trustee Hike?
Yes.
Trustee Rice?
Yes.
Trustee Rosenauer?
Yes.
Trustee Rowe?
Yes.
Trustee Stern?
Yes.
And Trustee Swisher?
Yes.
Great, okay, that motion passes.
Thank you.
Would anyone like to make a motion on resolution 58?
I'll make a motion.
Resolution 58.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have Sturm and Rowe. Is there further discussion? Okay, let's do a roll call on that.
Trustee Hike?
Yes.
Trustee Rice?
Yes.
Trustee Rosenauer? Trustee Rowe?
Yes.
Trustee Stern?
Yes.
And Trustee Swisher?
Yes.
Okay, great. That motion passes as well. Great. Okay, so now we're moving to the airport to discuss a fund balance adjustment. Jack, is this you or is it Philip?
Philip.
I'll start, but we do have our airport team here.
Yeah, okay.
Questions, we'll hopefully can answer all the questions.
Yeah. So agree with me, yell at them, or either way. So yeah, a few months ago in the work session we had, I had given you a heads up that we had seen the airport fund balance dip into the negative for the last few years. We took a quick look at that together and said, hey, we'll bring this back ahead of budget season so that we can land somewhere with this fund and be ready for budget season. So that's what we're looking at tonight. So starting on page 214 of your packet, put together, working with Jack and Chandra, explanation of what we have here, the airport fund being at a negative fund balance, why, what has happened over the last few years, and then what do we do about this situation. So I won't go into a lot of details. You can certainly ask questions, and again, the airport team can dive into more details here, but we've definitely seen a change. I would identify it as 2020 when we started seeing a number of changes happen. A couple of them, the ones with the largest impact, one is fuel. Fuel prices spiked and our margins started to shrink rapidly at that point. So that definitely, fuel sales being the number one revenue source for the airport, that is pretty logical. When you start to lose your margin, that's going to have an impact. We talked, I think at the work session, we also talked a little bit about the testing and specifically the military activity with the change in U.S. global operations. We're just not seeing the high altitude testing since about 2022. That was a huge source of revenue for the airport on a pretty regular basis. Then on the expense side, we've not been able to slow down in a couple of reasons. One, we've identified the staffing level and the operating level to operate a safe airport. At the same time, other expenses have been going up, insurance, things like that. Also a backlog of maintenance. And so I do want to commend the team, the airport team, that they've really been getting after the smaller capital items, not just the big FAA projects, but doing what they can to catch up on some pretty neglected maintenance out there over the years. So we've been including those capital projects as well. So revenue's been dipping, expenses have been climbing like the rest of our operation, which contributes to that. Another aspect that kind of jumping down to, okay, that's happened. Even if we do a one-time transfer, we don't want to end up back in this conversation next year. So what are we doing to right the ship, if you will? A big contributor, not only to the fuel, to the margin decreasing. Yes, fuel prices went up. At the same time, we entered into a contracted fuel situation with that fuel. The idea being that, hey, they're going to drive more business to our airport because companies will get a discount on fuel through this app fuel contract pricing. Well, what you'll see on the next chart, essentially what that did is it took our Jet A fuel margin from around 60% and dropped that down to as low as 33%. And so we spent quite a bit of time last fall looking closely at that and came to the conclusion that drop in margin, we just can't sustain that. And so even if yes, maybe we lose a little bit of business, we wanted to get away from that and just go straight retail. So far this year, the first 6 months of 2025, we've seen that margin jump back up close to 60%. So I think it's proving that we're going to get that margin back on an ongoing basis, which is a big part of that. Yeah, testing. I know they can speak to it if you have questions. We've got some testing scheduled. Some additional inquiries are coming in. Traffic is picking up quite a bit. Operations and traffic are picking up this year. So it's looking like things are going in the right direction. But again, going into budget season, it's going to be even a bigger challenge to say, hey, we've got to really run as tight as we can and or find additional revenue sources. And I know the Airport Advisory Board as well as staff, are continually looking at that, part of it too. So, I'll come back to the recommendation real quick, because I just want to hit on, the next few slides. So page 215 just kind of highlights, it's an odd looking financial statement. It's a combination of a balance sheet and a cash situation, and then also the Jet A fuel margin. So you can just see there, since 22, revenues have fallen down below expenses. So we've been running a negative for a few years in a row, and that fuel margin really did take a nosedive for about 3 years, from 2022 to 2024. Page 216. So what we're recommending to do here to address this situation right in this moment is to make a one-time transfer from the general fund of $370,000, and that would do two things. It would bring the airport fund back into balance, so it would offset the current negative that we have. It would also provide the 3 months of operating emergency reserve, which is part of the new reserve policy that the board adopted last meeting. So what does that mean to fund balance? So that's what you're looking at on page 216. So that first chart is our current situation before the transfer, projecting towards the end of the year. So you'll see the line I highlighted for the reserve policy. So that's the 5 months in the general fund, 3 months in the water, 3 months in the airport. So that's now added into our fund balance projection. And then you'll see down highlighted there where our airport fund balance currently sits at a negative, both unrestricted and at the end of the year. The next slide, 217, is what it would look like after a transfer of $370,000 from general fund to the airport fund. So you'll see that yes, it increases that transfer. It does reduce the general fund balance. Unrestricted would drop down to about 1.35 million. And you'll see that the airport fund is back in balance at that amount. So some important things to just know if we do this is that amount of transfer would be greater than 10% of the revenue for the airport enterprise fund in 2025. So what does that mean? That means we would lose our enterprise status in 2026 for the airport. That's something to know, something we'll talk about more in budget season. I think it was requested to have a little discussion on enterprise status, but the most applicable piece of the enterprise fund for us is the ability to take on debt without voter approval. And that you can do that with an enterprise status. So if we lose that status, we wouldn't be able to take on debt in that way in the calendar year 2026. It is a 1 year at a time situation. So that doesn't mean we lose it forever. If revenues are aligned in 2026, we could regain that status in 2027. So it's something to be aware of, especially if the strategy starts pointing towards taking on some debt in the airport fund to help us with the larger capital projects. We need to strategize and be thoughtful on that. But that's usually a pretty long process anyway. So we don't have concerns on losing that status in 2026 because
one thing I can think of would be the new fuel island.
Correct. That's one idea that we've been talking about, is potentially taking on some debt to help with the fuel island if we can't find grant. But it wouldn't be a 26 project.
So it wouldn't be in 26.
Not with debt.
And do you have to apply to get the enterprise status back, or?
No, so it's something that's looked at the time you're proposing to take on debt. We hire a bond counsel that looks at our finances and makes a determination. Is everything in good order and do we comply with enterprise status? So we do that every time with our water loans. So no, we don't have to do anything special to regain it. So that's it. I don't know if there's questions, comments.
Questions for Philip? Okay.
What do we do to prevent this from happening in the future?
Yeah, what do we do, guys, to prevent this from happening in the future?
Well, a lot of the bigger projects are getting finished, like we had to resurface the terminal, the hangar roofs and everything like, so a lot of the bigger projects are done. As Philip mentioned, though, we still have the fuel island outstanding, so that's just one of those things that airports will always have. But I think most of the infrastructure has been cleaned up. Our vehicles were pretty good on all of that, so you're seeing some of those big ticket items. This project we're going to do with the FAA to finish off the apron, that'll finish that off for a number of years, so we won't have to be doing a lot of matching for the next few years, because we'll be off our 4-year cycle. So we'll have 4 years to rebuild. And after we did our experiment with contract fuel, total failure, it just didn't work out. So we're going to see those revenues come back. And I think with staffing too, we can adjust the staffing. We had to feel a bit of the pain to get a couple full-time. But because that full-time, we can eliminate some of this dancing around with the part-time and have sort of a consistent employment going on. And I think you'll see staffing stabilize as well. So I think that's probably the biggest things. I mean, the employment has gone up, the pay for employees has jumped radically since I started in 2016 as a line tech, and I mean, they're making way more than I did when I first started. And that's just a fact of life. We had to keep fair market value in order to attract people that you could count on to work at anywhere in town, let alone the airport. So I think we're at that level too. So we're pretty stable there. So
I think along with that comes the having the full-time staff allows us to consider some additional marketing that'll generate some additional revenue. So that's something that we'll be looking at moving forward in 2026 as well.
Thank you. And correct me if I'm wrong, but during the last few years, we did the stucco on the building. I mean, we put a lot of maintaining into the building that
both inside and outside.
Inside and out, and we won't have to deal with that for a few years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those kind of projects, were those capital projects?
And within the airport fund.
The only.
Okay, so it was pulled out of the airport fund?
Yeah.
So that's why it went into the negative.
There's runway stuff.
Contributed to that.
Like FAA will, like if we do anything with the runway and pavement and stuff like that, that's 90% funded. We just have to match it. Mind you, they're big projects, so they're like millions, so your match is still pretty high, but the terminal stuff, that's literally just out of our own pockets, out of the town airport pockets. But it had to be done. Water was just pouring into our building in every corner. And if we didn't do it, we'd probably lose the building in a few years.
And now Jack's getting ready to retire.
Yeah, you'll save a bunch of money there.
John has agreed to work for minimum wage. Just kidding, John.
For 2 weeks.
No, congratulations, Sandra.
Andrew, you had something?
Yeah, just a couple comments, just again to echo what Libby, you just said. Congratulations to Chandra for taking over.
Thank you very much.
I'm looking
My
forward
pleasure.
to that. In the presentation here, we talk about the Weston Pass fire. Some of that response was staged out of the airport, the interlocking fire, and then the north of town, Mountain View.
Yeah.
You can't place a dollar value on having a facility that
can stage, support those type of responses, you know, so this is, there's always, I mean, it's not strictly just is the gas station running a profit, but there is a
kind of an intangible value of having an operational airport here, not just to our town, but to the county. So I just want to, make sure we always keep that as the biggest why we
have an airport. If you didn't have that to stage some of those responses, you just don't know where those fires would have gone. So that's a high level why. Do we receive any funding from the county for our airport?
Yes, that is currently at about 53,000
a year.
Because I mean, like being able to stage a response to that fire in the county, I mean, that protected our butt. I mean, if it had blown this way, we'd all been smoky, you know.
But still, are there
any discussions we can have with the county going forward to just?
Can you help us? Because this provides a lot of value to the northern. Brian and I are going to start at the staff level.
Okay, cool. I just want to just acknowledge that there's a wider value than just a gas station running at break even.
Yeah, and I will say,
$1 million.
I will say, having seen the fire kind of at its infancy in like 5-10 acres, and then by the time I left, active flames. That the only way that fire gets out is through aerial, and really the helicopters just have so much more ability to just distinguish it like early.
And they're doing laps from here, not from somewhere further away.
It was just seeing it on site. There's a lot of tenders and brush trucks and a lot of personnel on the fire department side of things, but they were not going to get without support. So it really did highlight the benefit of it being an asset.
And they got that fire out pretty quickly, or contained anyway.
And the story could have totally been different.
Yeah.
Big time.
Just the fact that we stood it up immediately. This is the third wildfire since I've been here. It's just the fact that we have that deep history with how to handle it, and what it's gonna look like, what the impact's gonna look like to our staff. We stand it up quickly, and they know that in that community, they can rely on us and that we're there and we're ready. They communicate with us directly and tell us what their needs are as soon as they have them.
And I can just report to our board from my short period of time attending the airport advisory board meetings, they're seem to be hyper-focused on moving the needle on financial sustainability. It won't all happen overnight, but they are laser focused on moving that needle.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And Andrew, I was going to mention that the exact same thing about county funding, because how much do they give to the Salida airport?
More than that.
And they were giving us significantly less, right?
It is jointly owned, operated between Salida and the county, so it is a different relationship.
Right, exactly.
However, it is a countywide asset. Our airport is.
Yeah, it's just if we didn't have our airport and you doubled your lap time to Salida to refuel and back up here and fight that fire, you wouldn't have the same story up there.
Right. Yeah. I think it's something that we really got to advocate to the county that this is the premier airport in the county, and we want their support as well.
I think we'll have an update when we start budget. Pulling the big guns if we need it.
Yeah. But it can't hurt to ask nicely. It can't hurt to ask nicely for a little larger token of support for an airport that covers the county's rear end.
A year or two ago, they're only giving us what, like 10,000, 25, yeah.
So is the board in favor of this 370,000?
Is there?
There is no motion.
I do need a motion.
I move that we do a one-time transfer of funds from the general fund to the airport fund in the amount requested.
Okay, so we have Rice and Swisher. Okay, all in favor?
Aye. Doesn't this one need to be a roll call vote?
Let's do a roll call.
It's money.
Okay.
That's money.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Height?
Yes.
Trustee Rice?
Yes.
Trustee Rosenauer?
Yes.
Trustee Rowe?
Yes.
Trustee Sturm?
Yes.
Trustee Swisher?
Yes.
Thanks for the good explanation. Okay, so now we're going to talk about water augmentation certificates. And this, I believe, is Joel Benson.
It is.
All right, Joel.
You guys good to go?
right into this? Or do you need a break?
But if we need to go.
Keep going.
Don't take offense if I stand up.
Yeah, we may just stretch a little bit.
But yeah, please go ahead, Joel.
Okay. So this is, I don't know, it can be simple or it can be a little complicated, but this goes back to whether or not we want to accept water augmentation certificates, specifically for annexations. You guys remember we had an annexation request about a year ago, I guess a little more than a year ago, and we were talking about bringing water augmentation certificates, and we had this as an idea probably 2021, 2022 as well. You know, hey, let's just bring water augmentation certificates. You remember those are from the Upper Ark Water Conservancy District. When any annexation takes place, we have to, a property has to bring its own water supply. Not necessarily water right, but a water supply. And that would come in the form of augmentation certificates. So, this is, of course, you know, any sort of at the discretion of the board, and the board and the comprehensive plan. They both kind of, the forthcoming one, they both kind of said, well, when is it appropriate to do water augmentation certificates? Okay, and the comp plan more, I guess, deeply is presenting the idea of when are we going to even consider annexation as a whole. So these could be weaved together or not. This also is an idea. I'm just looking for feedback this evening. If this is something that we want to explore to bring into code, if this just for water augmentation certificates, or maybe for annexations in general, or maybe annexations actually are so rare that we don't even worry about it, and we let like the pumping capacity of the well and that physical capability to help be some of the deciding factor, right? So a lot of different ways you guys could take it. So keep in mind, so for water augmentation certificates, we need a well, okay? We will pump out of a well, and the augmentation replaces that water that we pump from the groundwater, essentially. And so it's not a one-to-one like our 50 acre feet that we just got. Hey, we're using 5 acre feet, so we have to get 5 acre feet out of the well. Well, there's two different things to think about. One is the depletion, the use, which is the 5 acre feet, but then there's also the diversion. So how much is pulled out? So, because we get credit, you pull out 10 acre feet to use 5 acre feet. For example, 5 acre feet goes back into the river, and so we're not counted as using that, right? So there's some engineering and math that has to go into this. It also depends on, is it indoor or outdoor use? Because the math will change, which is really, I guess, like a project that wants to annex in and say, we need 100 SFEs. Okay, cool. But there's this, well, how much pumping do we need to do through the well? So there's this math, right? We have to understand the potential capacity for well 3, which is operating now, and as well as well 4. How many gallons per minute we can draw. There's permitted amounts, like right now, well 3, we're bound by the permit of how many acre feet we can actually bring up. So we need to change that permit at some point. To illustrate, there's a lot of, again, math. It's that will go into it. Ultimately, to say, well, if we take a look at the total well 3, well 4, what our pumping capacity is, That doesn't necessarily translate to water augmentation certificate potential. You have to look at the capacity, you subtract current obligations, you subtract any kind of backup for the gallery failure that we want to make sure we can pump if we need to and augment. And we have to take a look at whatever our Bray Allen need what is, once we get that through water court, we don't want to exhaust all our pumping capacity and then not have any potential to use Bray Allen, right?
Because then we have to build a new well.
Then we have to build a new well. There are some timing questions, like when a project is actually built, and use that water over time. We heard Marjo talk about Alpine West. They don't even need the site plan for 5 years, Well, it's obligated, but we're not really using it for a while. So anyway, so we came up with a framework to just to consider the water augmentation certificates. And that's basically the presentation tonight. And this has to do with, again, a large landowner wants it annexed in. There are some other things that we have to ponder, like what if the town had some property like the airport that wanted to annex in? Are we going to consider water augmentation certificates in this way or not? It's a different type of project. Or what if you have a little teeny, less than a quarter acre parcel you're trying to annex in? This wouldn't necessarily fit for that. We have to come up with something different. But anyway, so basically, and we talked a lot about this with that, when the top side was trying to annex in. Well, what's the benefit to the community? Why are we going to consider this? Okay. Well, demonstrate that there's a benefit, okay, to the community overall. If a project can do that, according to this framework, all right, it comes to the board, we can consider your project. And then you go through the normal, the normal merit process of any kind of annexation that we might do, which is very ambiguous, right? It's like, what is your project? Do we like it? And, it kind of depends on what you ate that day, right? So there's nothing in the code that outlines that this could be applied to, created into a model. All right. So the framework basically, next one. Okay, again, this is for larger parcels. The parcel during the annexation application and the negotiation process prior to the approval of the annexation agreement, they'd say, hey, here's this narrative. We're going to provide, I have some examples in here, but we're going to provide this for the community and that for the community, and let us in. We need these 100 water augmentation certificates, acre feet, et cetera, and we can consider that. Okay. These are tied to priorities that the trustees would set annually through like a 3-mile planning process or the budget process or something where, I've created 5 like basic priorities, big broad categories: infrastructure, recreation, environment, which is more the social. We've got infrastructure. Go ahead, Brian. Economic or housing, right? If you can demonstrate that you've, so here are these broad categories, and the trustees say, well, this year our highest priority is housing, and our second highest is economic, and our third highest, et cetera. Rank them. So we have that as a unit of weight. So the project comes forward and they provide a level of commitment. We've got, letters from Chaffey Housing Authority, et cetera. We're going to add this other bike lane, et cetera. And we've entered into this matrix that I'll show you. If a threshold is met, it can come to the board. If a threshold is not met, it's still a statutory annexation process. They can still come to the board, but you guys can say, yeah, you need your own water supply. We're not going to consider augmentation certificates. So find something else. All right, Brian. So an example. Okay, so let's say this project, I've got just 4 statements in here, and then I show you this matrix. Here we've got this project. This pedestrian bike path connects to the project to the edge of the property. It's gonna extend northward to close this gap. So they're actually going forward to extend and close this gap out. Okay. Well, there's a bump out, there's an offsite crosswalk, et cetera. It's a known incredible commitment because it's going to be part of the annexation agreement and the development agreement for that project. Like it's signed contract. So we give it good ranking, right? It's a number 4.
But if they came with water, we would still ask for
that. Not necessarily.
We could, and a pre-annexation, like, yeah, we got a trail here and here, and if you're gonna annex in, we want that trail to go from here to here.
Absolutely.
And so that benefit there should not be tied just to water. That's like, you want to annex in, we want A and B connected.
Well, that's where this could be for the water itself, but it could also just be in order to consider annexation as well, right? So as far as criteria when someone wants to annex in. There's also one on housing that I provided. CHA has a letter of intent to purchase the parcels. The landowner, hey, here's this letter of intent as well. Well, cool, but you can break those letters. It's just letters of intent, so it's a lower ranking. It's not really that credible. It's just sort of this somewhat supported statement. Okay. And we've seen that time and time again with the project. This desired zoning, yeah, it's just, if the board were to approve that zoning, it's this highway commercial zone district or mixed use zone district, which has a statement of commitment. So it's a little higher for economic. And lastly, there's, they're putting in some requisite infrastructure, but yeah, cool, but you had to do it anyway. So anyway, so you take those 4 numbers, Brian, the next one, please. And you fill in the matrix here, and it have instructions that basically you fill it in. You meet the minimum threshold, meaning the trustees you have at least one known incredible commitment, like locked in, okay, to this thing. You have to do that at least for one of them, and your total, when you weight everything, when you go across, the total has to at least be a 15. Okay, so there's this bare minimum threshold. They've created it, they've identified it, they're meeting they're showing a commitment to improving the community according to the priorities of the board. And they bring that forward, and the board can then consider water augmentation certificates or annexation. So it's this sort of base point system. I took a look at some water point system that I'll get into a little bit in a month, because we're talking about other points next month for other water projects, but that's a couple communities that use something similar, and so that's where this came from. And it was very difficult to write the memo in any kind of cohesive way, because there's so many moving parts, but it's not that complicated once you get it. It just has to be fleshed out, I think. And the code would have to be as well. So, but basically, here's this idea, points-based system. Here's an example of how it would work to consider whether or not you even, we're going to contemplate water augmentation certificates. It doesn't say we will do it. It's just we're going to contemplate it, and you still go through the regular annexation process. So present this as we want to explore this and develop some code for it. Is this so rare? It's like, no, let's not deal with it. Or do we want to expand it broader than just the water, but for just annexations in general?
I don't think it's gonna be rare that we have to deal with annexation requests, but I think I think it's difficult with this to quantify sort of our subjective judgments on each of these characteristics. But I think we have to quantify it one way or another, so this is a great attempt at doing that.
Remind me, because I was in the other room part of this. Staff or the board matrix this first?
Yeah, a great question. So the idea, we have received the narrative and we work with the petitioner to help, hone in on that narrative. The matrix is then would be filled out by multiple staff, like 5 different staff, and then come back, because it's just so subjective, but we come back much like we would go through like hiring a new town administrator, which never needs to happen again.
Never again. Never again.
But here are the applicants and there's a committee that goes through and ranks them all, et cetera. And then we can get together and talk about.
I like the idea of a committee, like a staff committee.
I like the idea, the third, of just expanding this idea into a broader evaluation of annexation, period, not just water. But if we're talking annexation, and then it can also include the water augmentation certificate, but gives a little bit more of a background to those annexation requests before it gets here and then there's all the public comment. I feel like it may help, because I do think we're going to see them more often than we have historically. I think they're going to become more regular than we ever expected. So I think it would be good to be prepared for that, specifically not just about water, but annexation in general, including water aug certs.
Joel, how does the lease work with the district for those certificates? Like, how often do we renew it? How often do they change the price on it?
Yeah, these are really, it's not a lease, it's like we buy them and we have them, and they're from the we talked about this quite at length when we were looking at that 50 acre feet. We do not want like certificates unless they're from the senior water bucket that they have. They have like, I think, 3 different buckets that they pull from. It's got to be from that most senior one. That really, if we wouldn't have access, if we don't have access to that, we're all in trouble, So, and it's in perpetuity, but there's an annual maintenance fee that part of the annexation, and part of the agreement that we approved, the memorandum of understanding that we approved with the Upper Ark a while ago, earlier this year, included that, it's up to us, but the intent would be, we would take the maintenance fee from the project for the acre feet of depleted amount, and funnel it, and we would pay it. But it would be responsibility of like a homeowners association or whatever.
To pay the maintenance fee.
Yeah.
Can the district change the price, or is that locked in?
We'd have the certificate done. I mean, annually they can change, just like we change.
The storage and maintenance fee.
Yeah, but the storage and maintenance fee changes annually. It can change annually.
Yeah.
And it probably does.
But I guess what I'm getting at is as we become more water strapped, as we move forward, are we protected in that regard as far as higher bidders and costs going out from the district?
Well, one thing so the district cannot raise our rates without raising, it's got to be the same rate for the users. And we have talked and we're limited by well capacity, but we had, talked about, well, let's only allow a certain percentage of our portfolio to be water augmentation certificates. Which we can still explore, but it seems like pretty subjective, like 5%. How do we know? 6%, right? I don't know how to know that yet. And we can keep exploring and figure out some ways, but the well capacity itself might be that limiting factor for how many we can actually accept.
Especially if we have to take more water out of the ground, then but the augmentation. Exactly. Yeah, so that's a big limit, yeah.
But to counter that to a certain extent, you can always drill another well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and so at some point we could, well 5, well 6, well 7, we can get in a position where it's maybe too risky, so. And at the same time, town is busy.
What have we done with past annexation?
There have been very few. Well, we had True Value and we didn't really make them bring their own water.
It was before, so the new code was 2021 that required annexations to bring their own water, and there has not been a successful annexation since 2021.
Your water rights. You always have
If
to.
they have them, that would be the preference, right? But there's plenty of parcels that don't have water tied to them. I would think if there's a parcel of land that has a water right tied to it, we're not even talking on certificates. That's the water we're getting.
Right.
But there's plenty of parcels that aren't tied to water rights, and that's where water augmentation certificates would be considered or proposed.
Seems like the path of least resistance for whomever's trying to get.
Correct.
Well, and it used to, the code said water rights were cash in lieu, right? And then we changed it to water supply, adequate water supply, so we could accept some other things. But the Meadows probably was the one annexation that was gonna bring its own water. 2008, right?
Yep.
I feel like the district's got probably one of the stronger augmentation plans in the state.
Yeah.
That being said, we don't have control of that plan.
Right. Well, and some of that risk is why we're saying, well, what are you gonna?
Special circumstance, yeah. I mean, I like the idea of exploring it, or if we think it's gonna be that rare that maybe it's not in the code, but keep your matrix to evaluate on a case by case. I think, if it's in the code, I think the knee jerk from whoever's trying to come in is, I need to go after that. I need to meet that criteria because that's going to be the easiest pathway water wise for me.
Well, maybe you can reference in the code this sort of a thing, like we have in the water application policy, right? It's just referenced in code.
Yeah, this could be a policy.
Yeah.
As well, without delving into the whole code right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's too many moving parts for necessarily the code, not numbers and things like that.
Couple thoughts. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
You know more about water than I did, go ahead.
That was a great exercise. Thank you for doing that. I know that probably took a lot of brain damage and some work, and I think it was, to me, fruitful because it prompted a few more thoughts that I hadn't had before. So appreciate that. I do like your summary on page 105. The town assumes risk by allowing water augmentation certificates. So I think we have to remember that water augmentation certificates are always second best. I mean, there's still risk with our water right, but it's our water. I like to think of it as the water augmentation certificates is basically the bank in Salida has agreed to give you your money or your water when you want it. It's more like the bank has agreed to give me the money when I go to the ATM. But if some cataclysmic event happens, the bank doesn't have the money, even though they're obligated to give it to me. So it's a little bit like banking. They're not a bank, but there is risk. They're second best. And so we need to acknowledge that. I think your proposal here certainly acknowledges that. And so in order to assume that risk, there has to be a community benefit. And so then we're trying to flesh out, okay, how do we describe that? So I think two things. One is kind of a qualitative requirement, kind of like with our fee in lieu for parking. We say, hey, here's some qualitative requirements, and it's on the applicant to demonstrate the benefit to us. Then the board at the time would have to say, is that really a demonstrated benefit? So now we're back into subjectively reviewing things, but they would need to make a compelling case to the board that there is a substantive benefit to the community
that is more than just increased tax revenue. Like, we're gonna build a new supermarket, we want water augmentation certificates, you'll get tax revenue, like, that's the easy button. We'd like to have a assisted living center, assisted living home here. You know, we need someone to do elder care. You know, those are two totally ends of the spectrum. So that demonstrated community benefit would need to be more than just, hey, your tax revenues are going up. You can't commit to that, but you can sign on the dotted line to build a senior center. You know, so whatever that community benefit is, has to be actionable and enforceable, not just a promise. You know, something that we would say, okay, you're proposing to this, that is certainly actionable and enforceable. We can get that into an agreement. You're going to build a senior center. Oh, you're going to increase tax revenues. We can't hold you to that. You know, so that's a dubious public benefit in my mind. So leave it more qualitative, but say that it has to be actionable, enforceable. It's more than just tax revenue. Second, now some more of the cut and dry things is no water use for water augmentation certificates. Like, no, we can't have that. We can't have the additional demand on the system for water augmentation certificates. We can always waive that, but at least that's the starting point, is no outdoor water use. On their monthly bill, there's a pass-through rider for the expense of doing the water augmentation certificates in the storage, so that whoever services have these water augmentation certificates, there's a rider on your monthly bill to help pay some of the administrative costs, because we're owning those water augmentation certificates. And I think we also ought to tie their use to the limits prescribed by our current existing water rights. Because if something goes to crap, we're still obligated to give them water, and that would have to come from another. We'd have to provide that house or that development water. Something happened with the water augmentation certificates. Now we can't provide water with our water right across this line. And so over the years, as our portfolio changes, maybe our ability to serve is better, but I'd hate to get in a situation where we've annexed a property that our water rights wouldn't let us serve, but we can serve it with augmentation certificates. And then the unthinkable happens and the water augmentation certificates aren't available and we can't serve the water with our water rights. So tie that area that we're thinking of annexing, if we're going to use water augmentation certificates, our absolute, mushroom cloud scenario is, okay, if we get put in a bind and we have to do massive water restrictions, our water rights can work.
With like a curtailed townwide use.
Yes, yeah. Just we would have the legal ability to serve that area. We would have to do major curtailment. So, and it would always seem to be like every time the water augmentation certificates you proposing, those would always be approved by the Board of Trustees.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then your step 0 in your flow chart is, do we have well capacity to do this?
Yeah.
That's a black and white. And I think that's a better way of governing than just a gut feel of percentage of a water portfolio. Like, do we have enough in reserve with our wells to do this? Yes or no?
And some of that, like Brian was saying, there's some timing of it, like the Alpine West.
For sure.
Yeah, in 5 years, we're gonna have well 4 online.
Yeah, and that's a judgment call that's made by the experts we have on staff to say, yes, we can do this. But yeah, leave it more like the defined community benefit, like your matrix is very, very helpful, but I think there's probably so many ways that someone would, what do you mean by that? We'd go get down in the weeds on that, but it's just like, it's gotta be a community benefit. You gotta make a good faith effort. It's gotta be something that we can actually hold you to. Just promising to make our financial situation better, you can't guarantee that.
Couple just comments on it as far as the outside water, and it's one thing, 30 acres and no outside water, and if that's their only source, would be kind of just create barren, development.
And we can always relax that. You can come in and say, listen, we're not doing outside watering on 90% of it. We need a little bit here, and we could say, okay.
Yeah. But along those same lines, the augmentation certificates do come with upper arch disclaimer that they have the ability to curtail and identify outside water, and priority will be given to in-house usage. So it is probably appropriate if their water source that they're proposing, that those restrictions that are included in AUG certificates are passed through to that development. That's probably
Yeah, my point with outside watering is like the augers are all built on acre feet per year. Like we'll give you the water for the year.
Yeah.
Our pinch point is those peak days from outside watering. And so we still have to have the infrastructure and the supply to meet that peak demand. And that's where our big problem is here, shaving that peak demand. That peak demand is largely driven by discretionary use outdoors.
It might be something, when we get our water conservation plan, updated or come forward. And there's gonna be some code amendments with that. There is just regular municipal code that requires like 2 trees per lot and a certain percentage. So there is some overlap with, but at least like xeriscaping and, those.
At least that's injected in the conversation. That
Right.
have to reduce that discretionary demand in our system because we may have the water over the year, but for the 5 days in August when we can't keep our tanks full.
Yeah.
That's our problem.
Yep.
I'm not a water expert. I don't know what I'm talking about really, but I had an idea when you mentioned outdoor usage. If there was a request to annex for a residential neighborhood, let's say 50 houses, and they said, we've got this water aug cert, could we encourage them or even request that those 50 houses come with a 110-gallon rain barrel to collect for outdoor usage to be used first? I don't know if that's crossing a boundary, if that's too far, but if you're gonna say, we're gonna bring in this water aug cert and we're gonna build 50 houses and they're all gonna have beautiful green yards until you tell us to restrict our watering. I don't know, but that was just a thought that popped up, so.
We have to approve a landscape plan.
Mm-hmm.
Because 100 rain barrels is also 100 mosquito breeding places.
Well,
So there's definitely pros and cons.
And there is a whole potential, and Cindy's got some questions, but there's a whole potential for during the annexation negotiation, right?
Beautiful. So
We want
annexation agreement.
Okay.
But just because you have the aug cert, you still have the potential to greatly stress our system during our pinch point and summer. We have to have a way to look at that. So maybe it's like aug certs, we're gonna take you to the higher level of an approved landscape plan that we will approve, inspect, and enforce. And then when you say you're putting down this much organic matter, we need to see it. We don't want a water bill that shows up 4 years later, 5 times what you said it's gonna be. Hypothetically speaking.
Yeah.
Give you something to go on.
So, yeah.
I did have a few comments. On the water certificates, I know in the past we agreed that we were only gonna take a limited supply of them. No matter whether you use this system or not, it should be on a base by base, and we decide on every one whether we will accept them or not. And it will also depend on the size, how it's gonna affect us. With the certificates, you have an annual storage fee and all that needs to be taken care of. If we have to do bigger pumps, if we have to bring another well online, the town shouldn't have to pay for any of that. It should be at the cost of the person that is wanting to use the water certificates, because it's not fair to the other people. And so I'm just thinking that no matter what you set up, decide here, it should be voted on case by case and size. And there will be a point where, no, you're too big coming in, you're not coming in with that. Yeah.
That's unless someone else has more, that's super helpful. We'll work on just kind of fleshing out a policy, maybe looking at some sort of reference, at least in the code, and that'll come forward. Tom Pronto.
Great. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, thank you.
This must be Brian.
Yep, last one.
Railroad crossing, possibility.
Should be quick. So yeah, and on page 235 of your packet provides kind of brief overview of kind of a summary that includes the consideration, background, and process, as well as budget impact, and then VOT action. So a little bit of background, this is in reference to kind of some of the initial steps in pursuing an application to see if the town can get a fourth crossing on the southern side of BV across from Steel Drive or Greg Drive. Greg turns into Steel kind of oddly, but at that intersection, seeing if we could get a fourth crossing at that location. So as far as process to do that, and as far as that crossing, it is included in the 2004 Transportation Master Plan, which some of the resolution was pulled straight from that plan, if you've read it lately. And so really, to be honest, it's one of those that is probably realistically a 5 to 10 year horizon, to be honest with you, as far as seeing a physical crossing. But if you don't start now, start 5 years from now, it's five or 10 years from then. The first step in it is a diagnostic site visit with representatives from the railroad, PUC, CDOT, and the town prior to Union Pacific Railroad Company scheduling that site visit. They require a reimbursement agreement, which is in front of you. Once that is conducted, and really at that time, they look at grade versus grade separation, i.e. at grade, yeah, driving right over the railroad tracks or bridge or underpass. This particular location will be at grade, but requires that site visit to do it. Then we submit application to the PUC with preliminary design and engineering, which the railroad looks at, get approval from the PUC to move forward. Then we move into final design and engineering. It goes back to the PUC and back to the railroad for review. And then we have the approval. Then we got to find funds to actually build the thing. So this at least initiates the process, not unlike what we do for our own applications. If a developer comes in, wants to process an application, they are required to pay an upfront fee as well as reimburse for outside consultants that we use. So resolutions on page 237, and then the actual agreement is on page 238. Any questions? I'll stop there.
Anybody got any questions?
Only me.
Oh, only you.
Why don't you ask them to give us a crossing on Cedar Street so we have another street through town while you're at it?
While we're at it.
I know it's a joke, but.
Yeah.
You want to give us one if we give up 3?
Yeah, start one at a time. Maybe while I've got their ear, I can evaluate other locations.
I would we approve resolution 59.
A second.
Okay, so we have Rice and Rowe. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody
How
opposed?
many do we have to do individual?
Or is just that good enough?
I think this is just about the agreement, right?
Yeah.
Connie's already taken out some other way. Do we need a roll call is the question.
It would be preferable to do a roll call, and I have been listening to the whole meeting, so.
All right, thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Sure.
Great to see you.
Paying attention.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
All right, trustee Height.
Yes.
Trustee Rice. Yes. Trustee Rosenauer.
Yes.
Trustee Rowe.
Yes.
Trustee Stern.
Yes.
Trustee Switch.
Yes.
Okay, great. The motion passes for the resolution number 59. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Okay, so next item is trustee staff interaction. These ladies have been sitting here all night.
But we've learned a lot.
Oh, good, good. I expect you to get your petition out. Becoming a trustee.
Yeah.
Okay, so their question basically has to do with, they had allocated $10,000 that they needed for a fire escape. Now they've determined that there's a higher need for a contribution as part of your electrical rebuild, right?
Yes.
Okay, so does anyone have any comments on that? $10,000 is what's what the amount of our original.
Yeah, we previously
desires.
authorized that.
Yeah,
And the authorization was, we trust you guys and know you need some help. We probably trust you to know your needs better than we do. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Second that.
Yeah, third.
Well, if the electrical fails, the building will burn down and then we can't get out because there's no fire. So let's fix the electrical first.
So yes, that I've got contractors that are gonna be on site in September. I'm gonna handle the immediacy, the things that are gonna burn the building down now. But my problem is that that's gonna be expensive. So what I need is that 10,000 to use for the electrical drawings that I've already done, that I've already paid for, because I'm kind of short on cash to pay my contractors when they start to do the thing in September. So that's what I'm asking to be able to use that money for, is invoices I've already paid to the electrical engineer, so that I can pay my contractor who's gonna fix the electrical problems, the things that are gonna burn the building down.
So can we not change, or can I not use that money unless the town changes its allocation?
Well, you allocated it for a purpose, so they're doing the right thing, just
It's-
making
yes.
sure you all are good.
So whenever money is
Having like a
restricted
party or something.
for a nonprofit, we can't spend it on anything except what we ask for. So by law, I can't touch that money except for the second exit, which I've talked to Kira, the fire chief. That's about 3 years down the road now, because I have to finish doing all the electrical as soon as I do this critical stuff, which is a grant, which I've already had 8 successful grants. So I'll be writing my 9th. And there's a very good chance with the relationship over 10 years that I have with these guys that we will get that grant. So they'll cover 75% of my electrical work with that grant. So I mean, it's on process, and this original electrical contract or construction documents, I need those to write the grant. So they needed to see exactly where all of our problems were so that they knew how bad it was.
And I just say, thank you for having the integrity to ask and not just say, this is electrical engineering in preparation for a future fire sake.
Yeah, right. Yes.
The right thing is.
No, and it's not just, thank you for having the integrity to bring it up.
Well, we hope to work with you guys for many, many years in the future. So the smart thing to do is to always just be really transparent on everything that we do.
And it's so appreciated.
And the state historical fund money is wonderful.
Yeah, because then the town doesn't have to pay any of that.
Could we take action on that?
yeah, does somebody want to make a motion
I
on?
move we give them the approval to use $10,000 for engineering services.
I second that.
Do we need to do a roll call vote on that one?
Probably.
Okay, let's do it.
May as well.
Trustee Hack,
Yes.
trustee Rice,
Yes.
trustee Rosenauer,
Yes.
trustee Rowe,
Yes.
trustee Stern,
Yes.
trustee Fisher.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes.
Thank you.
For your patience.
And on your hard work. Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, what about the city market traffic?
Is there anything we can do
Yeah.
for that?
I do wonder if we can ask for, I think one of the big problems with, this happened to me this week, with the tour, people who don't live here, is the exit is like a left turn and a right turn, and they don't necessarily know that. So I wonder if even just like demarcations on the exit, that like, this is for turning this way.
I think
It's still,
the thing is, when you're there, if
I
all those
agree.
parking spots are full, you can't see left.
I can't
So
see around.
Brian could take the
There's
town
a little
bus.
wall there that you can't see past.
Brian could take the town bus,
yeah.
park sideways in all those parking spots and
Yeah.
walk them to leave them,
Yeah.
lean up the
Yeah,
highway.
yeah.
Just like everybody else. And then tell them to call the town to write a ticket, the bus.
Is there anything that we can?
So I would say, yeah, from our perspective, we've got communications open with City Market currently. We could see if they would be open to hash marking that 1 or 2 spots.
Yeah.
It reduces their existing parking that's already tight, but would they be able to? The long-term solution, if they would be open to relocating
Their whole store.
their whole store, would be this long-term solution. If they don't, then I do think it's something that area, both vehicular and pedestrian could use improvement, but it's hard to say that investment and getting any type of CDOT approval would be any faster than what their current process and application is. So I'd say, one, since we have communications, we can see if potentially they would be open to blocking that or reducing it or compact
Like
motorcycles.
Yeah, compact, yeah.
Something, if they'd be open to work with us. If they didn't have an application submitted, it might be a bigger conversation. But since they do have one submitted, the long-term.
Yeah, it's a problem that everyone experiences in this town, is like people will park right there and you can't see left, and I think, yeah. if you
I
just-
always turn right even though I wanna go left.
You can't see
I always-
left anyways.
Well, and it makes me think of our sign regulations. You can't have a sign too close to the street because you can't see around
Like
it.
side triangle, so.
Yeah, sight triangle, yeah, that's,
There we go.
we don't have, there is no sight triangle.
Yeah, can we like just not threaten them, but like make them aware that they become liable? Like we talk to them and brought this up. Well, if there's an accident caused by their negligent parking design, Jeff could tell us, like, you could get sued for anything.
Yeah. So,
But I really think it's not a big ask to just, during a busy season. Those couple spots, because if you park in the further ones, your line of sight, your angle changes, you know, it's just those couple that are so close that block you, especially when you get a Sprinter van back in there, you know? Just, it's not a big ask to block off a couple spots during the busy season.
Yeah.
But you're giving up spots in the busy season, I know.
What does the P and Z alternate say?
I was thinking that they could potentially, not to lose spots, but in that middle lane where they have the diagonal parking, is instead of having that loop go around at the, like towards the road, where those three people are parking, put them at the ends of that road. So extend the road, they'll still have the parking, and then you only have one direction that you can drive through. It's just a U. You can't come across that front anymore.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
If that makes sense.
So good suggestion.
I can see it.
They have parking for the employees in that bank and have oversized vehicles park here.
Have them go over there, yeah.
Yeah, let the oversized vehicles go over there and leave the parking lot alone.
It could be something, even if they have like a full-time employee that's there often, if you got a tiny car.
The little car, yeah.
Them parking over there, So, I mean, yeah, we can definitely have the conversation with them. Like I said, we've at least got contacts at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, good, so you'll talk to them?
Yep.
Next time. All right, great. We got a letter too from Cornelia Tom about herbicides on the soccer field, I think it was.
Oh, yeah.
Did we come to any conclusion on how to handle that?
I didn't see that.
She was objecting to there not being signage to indicate that there were chemicals that had been sprayed on the grass, and her dogs and kids were running on it, I think.
I think that was just us.
Yeah, I did.
You, I was just
Oh,
gonna
see
say-
that,
Yeah.
Yeah, I never saw that.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Yeah. I'll forward it to Brian.
Do we? Town
It was
week.
just today, I think, that came out. So I went to the Billy Cordova Memorial Park opening. That was very nice. It's a beautiful park. I took my great grandchildren there and they said, this is great. They gave it their vote of approval. Bike lanes, is that what we have in the information only section? About the painting of the bike lanes?
They like Chris Strum's comment.
What's that?
They like Chris Strum's comment instead of Chris Stern.
Rodeo.
On rodeo.
Those are trails. Those are like pedestrian trails. It's just- But yeah, I like it too.
I agree with the comment that normal flow of traffic
See.
and maybe something to help facilitate people to use the trail instead of rodeo to Maine, because there is an alternative way into town that is so much safer.
Now, you can't say I agree with the comment that agrees with me.
I never said about, I just brought up the issue. Whomever submitted that letter got into more detail about it, and it got me thinking that, we try to do good things with bike infrastructure, and I saw this when I lived in Denver, they would do things there that the daily cyclist would be like, God, this just feels a lot more unsafe than it did before. And sometimes it feels safer to just go with the flow of traffic. Even if you don't have a dedicated lane.
Do you think people don't use the trail because of the surface? Do you think if we improve that Peaks View Trail?
I haven't been out there in a little while, but for me, it was more like, especially as it crosses rodeo, it's like, is this still the trail, or am I just cruising through a easy back here?
I do think it's surface, that like I can't ride my road bike on that surface. It's not safe for me.
And me too, like when I ride that direction, I just go out Main, left on rodeo, so I ride it a lot.
In that case,
but it'd be nice to have a lane on each side with traffic.
Has the painting already been done on it?
No.
I saw your two-way guys on Crossman, the paint job with the two different directions for the bicyclists.
Yeah, we did the stencils on the pedestrian bike trail on Rodeo Road. I looked at the plan set that, pulled up the drawings and looked at the plan set to kind of look at the concept of it. And I know it's a long night for everybody, but I think it's kind of I think we've kind of outgrown some of our infrastructure. I think that's a good area, right? And so you look at the architect or the engineer's comments on there, and it's called a trail, and that's what we called it, and that's what we called, I think, the 17 as well, and that's why we kind of landed on the one side of the road. And I think that some of looking at the right-of-way widths and some of the stormwater, improvements that were initiated or their goals were to provide, I think that's why the size is where it is. And talk with Brian about it a little bit, talk with Tyler about it a lot. I talked with a couple of local people, trustee, you name it. And, it's kind of is what it is. I mean, if we want to do some improvements, to make it both ways, we need to extend it on the west side of it. So the road's got a crown in it, center line's right on the crown, things like that. But I just kind of thought it was interesting to kind of look at the language on the civil plans. What it's called, it was never called a bike lane, it was called a trail. There were some slight changes to it, but I think the approach, I think that the approach coming in from Greg Dryden, it's good to have a sign there. And whether we call it a pedestrian bike lane, pedestrian bike access trail, whatever we call it, I mean, it's going to be used for a trail. And I think it was probably kind of a safe route to school kind of a thing back in the day, and what I'm assuming it was. But
let's just pave Peaks View Trail, it'll be super easy. Cheap.
They're cheap, only $500,000. It's an airport.
I think signage and education goes a long way. I don't know the best way to approach education. It kind of goes hand in hand with the email about bikes on sidewalks, right? It's hard to enforce. Every municipality is different, has different rules. But I think that like educating people, if you're not on a road bike, here's a better path.
Yeah.
Or if you are on a road bike, here's the flow of traffic.
Or if you're on any kind of bike.
Yeah.
If you're on any kind of bike, right?
I mean, I think, holistically, it needs, a look what an improvement long-term looks like. At the end of the day, this particular project is a refreshing of existing paint. It's a much bigger project if we're talking about changing it up. Having asphalt, you can't just get rid of the existing white line that's there. I mean, either you're grinding it out or you're fog sealing the whole thing and resurfacing. So, Yeah, I think it's her. I think it's a great discussion to continue for this particular project. It is a refresh of existing paint.
And you have the go ahead to do that.
Yeah.
It's just to ask is somewhere down the road, can we get a bike lane improvement on Rodeo?
Well, we could also just consider refreshing it in a way where it's just one way. And if you're riding out of town, you're in the other lane and you're sharing the lane. Because it is really awkward to be riding against traffic, and the way that it's set up, you're closest to traffic when you're riding against traffic. Makes sense.
Oh, I agree. Then the pedestrians will look at it and go, you want me to walk in traffic? And we'll have another mushroom cloud.
So, I mean, that's kind of the question to you, Chris, is like, there's different levels of bike riders. And you might feel comfortable riding in flow, you know, as an experienced bike rider. I mean, obviously we get complaints on that road as far as speeding and speed limits and stuff like that. A less experienced biker maybe doesn't feel as comfortable. I don't know.
I'm thinking about more from the point of view as driving a car and seeing someone close to the lane coming in.
But, and I mean, I guess the intention of those lanes, even if it is two-way, it, you know, utilizes the entire lane. You should be utilizing the entire lane. It's more than just the direction if you do come across someone coming the opposite direction.
We're painting it right now that if you do come, that theoretically you use the whole lane, but if you do come across another biker, the one that is going against traffic is on the outside closest to the car. Can't we just flip that to where?
No.
I don't know.
It gets too weird.
Okay. I don't ride bikes. I don't know.
It's the way you drive a car.
I think I'm just gonna add it to my ride, to ride against traffic on there daily to habituate all the drivers.
Just see what happens. I'll come drive by you and slow
I'm just gonna start riding.
Yeah, I just kind of go back to the plans. Yeah, I know it's probably, frustrating. Trustee Strong, I just, like I said, I don't know if it was ever intended to be a bike lane. Right? I mean, it's called out as a trail, and I think that, it's grown into a bike lane. It was striped as a bike lane, it looks like it, but yeah, the language on it's a bike lane. It is what it is. It's a bike lane. It's only on one side of the road, but called out as a trail on the plans, and I think it was just like a really good effort at the time to make things safer when things were a little slower. It wasn't that long ago.
2014.
Yeah.
So don't put this stencils down.
Well, that's all I have. Next. Kevin.
Nope.
Okay.
Good.
Andrew. Cindy. Y'all.
We finally have a penciled in date for closing on CPW land.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
Put it down, maybe August 7th.
Are we gonna cut a ribbon or something?
Okay.
Sacrifice a prairie dog or something?
Your ground squirrel.
We should make that a thing. I'm gonna go cut the prairie dog's head off. Jesus. Make sure you print that card.
Philip.
Nothing, thanks.
Brian.
Next week at the airport, intergovernmental meeting, and then next regular meetings at the new county building. So next time we'll be in this building will be the 26th.
All right. Cool. Paula?
Okay, at the spring CML meeting in Salida, there was Devin, Cindy, and Andrew and I, and Ed, and the question was asked, who's gonna host the fall CML meeting? And we had some trustees that said, we'll do it. And
it wasn't me, FYI.
No, they're good, but it said if you have a seafood allergy, there needs to be a sign there that says this dish has shrimp in it.
Oh, yeah.
That's a major miss.
That's a major.
Yeah, it did get a little
Anyway.
weird. But anyway, working with CML and stuff, it has been determined that the fall meeting will be in BV on October 8th.
Okay.
So mark your calendars, that's October 8th.
We should probably go to that.
Are we gonna host?
Encouraged.
Yeah, I'm already not gonna be here. That's real. The Rogue River.
Okay, thank you.
You know where it's gonna be or not?
We're looking at the Orpheum. We're working with Michael Furman. He's in the process of doing a remodel and he has said that it will be ready by then.
What do we eat? Cindy wanted to have pizza.
Sorelli's.
Better be normal food, yeah.
It will be normal food. We're looking at Sorelli's and Sorelli's will be doing the dinner on Tuesday night. So if you have any other ideas, research them and give the information to Brian and I and we'll. So.
Can you get a couple Reubens from them? They're good.
What's that?
I like that Reuben sandwich.
They are really good.
That's so fun.
So you're thinking sandwiches instead of a meal, huh?
Oh, I don't know. No, we're not like her. Sorry.
They do lasagna, they're lasagna.
Get what you get, you don't.
There you go. I was just
All right.
voicing a comment in favor of that.
Also a half planning update. Ally Kennedy, our planning rec admin assistant, has accepted the planning tech job. So our planning rec assistant position will be opening here soon for applications.
So does that mean there are 4 people in planning now or just?
3.5.
3.5.
Which has been existing. So Ally's half rec, half, basically front of house for Town Hall East. So she's been here, she's just moving into another role. We're backfilling that position.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Next meeting, I will be on the East Coast for a work thing, but I'll be calling in.
Okay.
But it'll be really late there, so.
Yeah, play that game.
And then, Brian, just want to thank you for your email during the fire. It was really helpful. And I'm ready to support a generator to get water to the upper side.
Yeah.
The time comes for that. That's all that.
+1 on the email, nice work. We have a guy on our trail system who's camping. I know I talked to the police office about it. I talked to BLM. I talked to the trails.
Yeah.
I can see him wandering around. Are we doing anything?
Yes.
Okay.
Lots of stuff.
Okay.
And as much as we can.
Okay.
And definitely highlights where co-response is a valuable asset to this community and mental health. So yes.
And I know co-response is very important, and I think like there's a balance between co-responder versus letting somebody threaten people with violence, right? And so like, if the co-responder can't find him, if we could send out a police officer or somebody to help.
Oh, they've been in constant contact with them.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and they're
being handled.
Or working within the confines of the law. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for watching that. The libraries hire a person, pays pretty well. Tell your friends if they want to work at the library. Cindy, I don't think you're backwards or weird. I think you're amazing and you care a lot about this town.
Yeah.
I love working with you. And
Some of you guys are too modern for me, yeah.
you know, and I think
Sorry.
it's okay, you know. We have very different approaches, but I think you have incredible values and bring so much to this board, so. And then I saw some cool bump outs on the streets next to Main Street in Crescent View, where they just put flower boxes and a yield sign in both directions. And it was like a very cheap way to build bump outs and slow traffic and very pretty. And something we might want to consider for like Arizona or places we talk about traffic calming is just flower boxes in the middle of the road. Yeah. So something to consider.
Yeah.
They're movable in winter. It's nice.
Yeah, that's all.
Shout out to Sean and Brian for feedback. An email that we got about speeding on Denison. I saw the digital sign that was put out today. It's awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure.
I hope it helps calm. It made me wonder what the process is for changing a speed limit on a residential street to lower it. But I appreciate y'all making that effort. So thanks for that. The Department of Housing tour in Salida. What's the date on that? Do you happen to know off the top of your head? I couldn't find it in your report, but I only looked twice.
I think it was one of the very first ones. Let's see.
If not, I'll just send you an email tomorrow.
Okay.
And we're outside.
I can let you know.
Don't do it.
Sean?
Don't go down Main Street from stoplight to Railroad Street on Tuesday next week. Find another way to the River Park. Story ceiling on Tuesday. Crack ceiling start tomorrow. It's kind of a rolling closure. It won't be a big impact. Getting the paving and the chip seal project scheduled for the first 2 weeks of August. So get on our street projects right now. So
Somebody's supposed to be on my street.
yeah, tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes. Great.
And yeah, I had a great time with the water advisory board last week. Water plant tour. It was really, really great. Joe and Al, kind of tour guides on that one. But yeah, it's pretty cool to get everybody out there. It's a beautiful night and it's a lot of, it's very enjoyable. So it's cool to share with everybody.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yes.
Cool. Media?
Our Christmas in July party is on Thursday, so if you want to come in,
Way to play.
markvalleyboys.com/party. RSVP.
That's great.
Great. Thank you.
We adjourn.
A second.
Jeff, got anything? Yeah.
No, I don't. I'll let you adjourn. Thank you. It's great to see you all last meeting. Thanks for having me up.
Thank you for coming.
I'll second that.
A second.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The meeting is adjourned.
This is my favorite weird part of our culture. Is like rushing through this work. Make some color comment.
That could actually.
It's
All
my
my
favorite.
comments are all the color.
For someone who takes this job very seriously, you always seem like a little annoyed to be here.
You have to be entertaining, but.
I try to be entertaining. That's why I'm so rude and
Thanks
so
for doing
loud.
all that work.
All of
it, all of it. All of it.
Trip plans?
I went to Napa.
Oh,
I flipped in Westwater last Monday, which is
Westwater.
why I have a black eye.
I was wondering.